or no instead of shaking your head.
Okay.
Please don't say uh-huh or because that doesn't make for a clear record.
Okay.
If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. And if an objection is made, you need to stop talking immediately.
Okay.
And don't answer the question unless I tell you to.
Okay.
Only one person can speak at a time, so please wait until the question is finished before you start answering.
Okay.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Albrecht-Payton.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm okay. As good as I can be. Trying to be. Yeah.
I understand. We'll take it slow. Try to talk directly into the microphone if you can.
Okay.
And if it's more comfortable for you to take the mask off, that's okay. Whatever makes you comfortable, all right?
Yeah.
But we'll just take it step by step.
Okay.
I'm going to start with some questions about your background.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury how old you are?
I am 20 years old.
And what city do you live in?
I live in St. Paul, Minnesota.
How far did you go in school?
12th grade.
And are you working right now?
Yeah, I am.
And what do you do for work?
I work at a gas station.
And
Sorry, I work at a gas station.
thank you. Do you know Daunte Wright? A relationship with Daunte Wright?
Yes.
And what type of relationship was that?
It was just like a beginning, like of a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship.
And you said it was the beginning of a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Had you just gotten to know him or meet him recently?
Yeah.
And when I say recently, that was shortly before April 11th of this year?
Yes.
About how long before that had you met him?
We've talked for about like 2-3 weeks.
So you were just beginning this relationship.
Yes.
So you didn't have an order for protection or any court order against him, did you?
No.
You were just meeting him and just getting to know him, is that right?
Exactly.
So I'm going to direct your attention to April 11th of this year, all right? I'm going to ask you some questions about that day. Had Daunte Wright stayed at your place the night before April 11th?
I believe so, yeah.
And at some point on April 11th, did you go with him to his parents' house?
Yes, I did.
Did you wait in the car when he went inside?
Yes, I did.
And was there anyone else in the car with you at that time?
No, there was not.
And what car was it that you were in with him?
It was a white car. I'm not familiar with like car brands or names.
Was it Dante's car?
It was Dante's car.
And then after you waited in the car, did you leave with him in that car from his parents' house?
Yes.
And who was driving?
Daunte was driving.
And where were you sitting?
I was in the passenger seat.
And that's the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Now, at some point while you were driving in that white car with Daunte Wright, did you get pulled over by the police?
Yes, we did.
Did you learn why you were pulled over?
Like it was multiple reasons. Like it was the air fresheners and the tabs and the warrant.
And did you hear Daunte Wright interact with the police when you guys were pulled over?
Yeah, like kind of. I remember mostly him just talking on the phone with his mom and them just telling me to hang up.
Okay. So was there a point in time where the officer who had pulled you over stepped away from the white car that you were in?
Yes.
And then did the officers come back at some point?
Yes.
Now, in that car that you were in, this white car, was there a gun in that car or any weapon of any kind?
No.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Do you know if there was a gun or a weapon of any kind in that car?
No.
So there was no weapon in that car.
No, there was not.
Do you know if Daunte had a gun or a weapon on his body, or that he was carrying a gun that day?
He was not.
Okay. So at some point you said the officer left, walked away, and then came back to that white car that you were in. What happened when the officers came back to that white car?
When they came back, from what I can remember, he just kept asking them, like they would ask him to step out the car, and he kept asking them, like, why? Like, why do you want me to step out the car? He kept asking what he did, and they the car.
And how were you feeling while this was going on?
I'm really nervous and scared. I don't really have a good past with police, so every time I encounter, I just get nervous.
So you were nervous and scared. How was Daunte behaving? How did he appear to be feeling during that interaction?
He was really scared. Like, I've never seen him like that before. Because, you know, Daunte, like, he's just really happy, he's positive, and you can't really be, like, sad or depressed or angry or mad around him. And, like, he was just, like, just so nervous and flustered, and I could tell he was just scared, and he just...
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to stop you right there for just 1 sec. Take your time. If you need a tissue, go ahead. So it sounds like you're describing Daunte as being nervous and scared. And take a deep breath and take it slow. But I'm going to ask you to describe for the jury when you said that the police asked Daunte to step out of the car, what happened next?
When he stepped out of the car, I don't remember too much of the scuffling. I mean, I've seen the video footage, you know, when it first came out, like months ago, but like memory-wise, I don't remember the scuffling. I just remember after.
So you said you remember after, and you had described just before this that you said that they asked him to put down the phone, something like that. What do you remember about that?
Like, because his mom, he was trying to ask her if, like, he had any warrants or if he was in trouble, and she kept telling him no.
All right, 1 second. I'm just going to stop you right there.
Right.
When he was stepping out of the car,
Yeah.
what do you remember happening with that phone? Did he have a phone in his hand?
Oh, no, they kept telling him to put it down, and he dropped it, so
Okay.
he can get out, and
So he put down the phone to get out of the car.
yeah,
Did he then get out of the car?
yes.
And then you said you didn't remember much of the scuffling. What do you remember happening next?
I just remember, like, hearing, like, just, like, the boom, the bang of the gun, and then I remember just looking up and seeing, like, another white car, just like, coming directly towards us. Like, I remember lifting up my head real quick, and just boom, and I can't tell if it was before or after, but I just remember, like, trying to just get him up. Like, I was the only one who, out of everybody there, who was trying to help him. And I was trying to push on his chest and call his name. And he wasn't answering me. He was just gasping, like just take breaths of air. So, and I just remember being walked out of like a car and being escorted.
Hang on 1 second. I'm going to stop you right there.
Sorry.
I know it's tough, so just take a minute, and we'll just take it piece by piece, okay?
Okay.
So it sounds like you said you remember seeing a car, another car. Is that what you were describing? That you
Yeah.
saw another car? And then you said you were pressing on his chest. Is that what you
Like
said?
his like stomach area, like probably like right here. I
Okay.
didn't know exactly where he got shot, so.
Okay, so let's just take that part step by step.
Okay.
So you said you remember hearing a bang or something like that. And then after that, you saw another car. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Were you looking at Daunte at that point?
Yeah.
And so what did you see when you looked at Daunte Wright?
It just really happened like fast. Like I remember just looking at, it wasn't really him, but like it was kind of like him, but like the floor, like I could see like his hands were on the wheel, and that's why I was confused. And then I looked up at the car.
And you looked up and you saw a car. What happened at that point when you saw the car?
We hit the car.
So the car crashed. Is that right?
Yes.
And then what did you do? You were describing you were putting your hands on Daunte, on Mr. Wright. Can you describe that part, please?
I was. I know I took my belt off and I grabbed like whatever was in the car. I don't remember if it was a sweater, a towel, or a blanket or something. I just grabbed whatever it was and put it on his chest. Like you see in movies and TV shows. I didn't know what to do, so I just put my hands over his chest and I just tried to hold it, and I was just trying to scream his name, and I was just trying to have him talk to me, and just kept saying Daunte, like Daunte, like just say something, please, like just talk to me. And he just couldn't. Like I know he tried, like I know he wanted to, because I replay that image in my head daily.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there for just 1 second. Take a breath. If you need a tissue, feel free. And if you need a break, you just let me know. All right?
Okay.
You said that you were pushing on his chest because you had seen something like that on TV. Were you trying to stop the bleeding?
Yeah.
And you were trying to talk to him at that point. Is that right? What was he doing? Was he...
He was just like, I don't want to like demonstrate like how he was, but he just had his arms folded kind of, and he's just like just gasping, just like he just wasn't saying anything.
So he
I was trying to get him to like say a word at least or something, so I knew he had a chance of being okay, but he just wasn't saying anything.
So
But he was alive, so I didn't think he was alive.
Okay, so you're describing that he was gasping. You were trying to get him to respond to you,
Yeah.
but he couldn't say any words. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you were trying to put pressure on him. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did that stop? The gasping stop and the moving stop?
I don't remember. I think I was pulled out of the car. I don't recall.
Okay. But the car that you were in came to a stop at some point. Is that right?
Yes.
And how was Daunte, Mr. Wright, how was he positioned in the car? Was he leaning back or leaning forward? Do you remember?
He was leaning back. It was like this. That's what I remember.
Okay.
He was leaning back.
And at no point, at any point, were you able to get him to respond to you or move or get up?
Unfortunately, no, I was not.
Okay. Now, while you were in that car with Daunte, with Mr. Wright, was there another call? Was there a video call that came through?
Yeah.
Tell the jury about that.
It was his mom.
And what happened during that call?
Yeah, it was a video call. She she was asking what happened, and I know I was delirious. I was just screaming like they shot him. And then I pointed the camera on him, and I was so sorry. And I did that because I was sorry.
It's okay. We'll take a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, I just pointed the camera at him. I was just in shock, and I apologize, but yeah.
Okay. Hang on right there just so I make sure that I'm clear about what you're saying.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. Take a deep breath. You said that you pointed the camera at him,
Yeah.
and it was his mom on the phone.
Yes.
And you were saying you were just sorry that you did that?
Yes.
And why are you sorry that you did that?
Because no, mom should have to see that your son dead on her phone, on a video call. It just out of nowhere, like, I know how my mom felt when she couldn't find me for hours afterwards. So I just know that I hurt her by doing that. And I apologize, Katie.
Okay. So I hear you saying that no mom should see her son dead on the phone, and you know that that hurt her, and you apologize for that?
Yeah, just that period, but yeah.
All right. Take a moment. After that call, was that when you got out of the car?
I don't recall. I do remember getting out of the car at some point, though.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would offer Exhibits 166 and 167. I don't believe there's any objection.
Could you identify the exhibits?
Those are
please?
photographs of the white Buick.
Is there an objection to those exhibits? Those exhibits will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
Thank you. We'll start with 160. Actually, could we put 166 and 167 next to each other on the screen, please? All right, I'm putting on this screen Exhibits 166 and 167. Is that the white car that you were in?
Yes.
And in Exhibit 167, there's a close-up of some damage to the windshield that I just circled. Is that the side of the car that you were on?
Yes.
And did you sustain some injuries as a result of all this?
I did.
And we'll get into those a little bit later, but do you believe that the injuries that you sustained were related to this crash?
I do.
Okay. You said that you got out of the car. At this point, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 29, which is the video of Ms. Albrecht Payton walking out of the car.
Any objection to Exhibit 29?
Previous objection is
Okay. Exhibit 29 will be admitted over defense objection, which I overrule.
All right, and we will publish that now, please.
Walk to me! Okay. Just keep your hands out of your pockets. Okay. Come back here. Come back here. Okay. Come over here. Come over here. Just don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Who else is in the car? Huh? Nobody? Okay, just drop it. Just let it go. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I got it. I got it, ma'am. I will give it to you. Okay, put your hands behind your back. You're not under arrest. Just put your hands behind your back. Okay? You're not under arrest. Just put your hands behind your back. Okay, I'm just going to cover this. I don't know what's going on. Okay, who else is in the car now? Nobody? There's nobody else in the car, it's just you? Who? Him? Who's him? Daunte? Does he have a gun or anything? No? It's just you and Daunte. Okay. Just one other person inside. All right, you want to search her and stuff? Okay. Huh? Just...
Were you explaining to the officer at that point that there was no one else in the car other than you and Daunte?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about your injuries. How were you feeling at this point when you were coming out of that car?
I couldn't really feel anything. I just remember my jaw, like I just remember walking and my blood was just spilling from my mouth.
And did paramedics take you to the hospital after that?
Yes. I was told not right away, but yes.
And what were the injuries that you learned about that you had? You learned after the fact what your injuries were. What were those injuries?
I had a lacerated lip, so I have a scar. I had stitches. It went all the way through. I don't know what happened, but the whole all the way through my lip. Stitches in my ear and a fractured jaw. I had wires on my jaw for about 6 weeks, maybe a little more. And I sustained like a concussion, and yeah.
So you said you had a laceration, a concussion, a broken jaw, and that your broken jaw was wired shut for some period of time. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you have to have surgery as well?
I did.
At this point, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibits 30 and 31. Those are the photos of the injuries.
Okay. 30 and 31 will be admitted over defense objection.
And we would publish Exhibit 30 at this time. All right, I've put on the screen Exhibit 30. Can you just describe what's shown here?
That is my left ear.
Sorry, you said that you had to have something done to your left ear. Can you explain that?
Yeah, that is my left lacerated ear. So they had to stitch somewhere in, like, can I write on it or no?
You can use, there should be actually a little pen
I
style.
had to get stitches, like, right here in that area.
Okay. And then we'll publish Exhibit 31, please. What's shown in Exhibit 31?
That's my jaw. It's my lip too. Where I believe I probably bit it or something. I don't know, but that's the gigantic hole.
So you said you had a hole in your lip and a broken jaw.
Yeah.
Is this what you looked like the day of this incident on April 11th?
Yes.
Have you had long-term impacts from that broken jaw or the injuries that you suffered?
Yeah.
Can you describe what that has been like to the jury, please?
So my jaw, it's weird. It's this way, so I've had to get used to a whole new jaw. As you can see, like when I open my mouth or whatever, it goes to a certain way. And just like when I sleep, just weird, like it's hard to explain it. My teeth will just not be aligned, and it'll feel like I'm biting just hard a lot. So it's different, but.
Did you have pain for quite some time?
Said what? Sorry.
Did you experience pain for a while?
Yes.
And were you given pain medications both on this day and afterward to treat your pain?
No, just once after my surgery.
After your surgery?
Yes.
Okay. But the paramedics, did they also treat you on your way?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning.
Good
How,
morning.
how would you like me to address you? Miss Payton, is that
Yes, whatever is easiest for you to pronounce, yeah.
all right? I'm going to ask you just a few questions about this incident. Do you remember when Mr. Wright was getting out of the car that he was hesitant?
When he was getting out of the car, no.
Yeah. Do you remember saying to him, just do it, just go, when the officers asked him to get out of the car?
No, I do not remember.
Have you looked at the video of this incident?
Not the full one, no.
Excuse me?
Not the full one, no.
Well, did you look at the video of the...
The ones that, sorry.
Just let me finish the question.
Yeah, sorry.
Have you looked at the video of the one where Officer Lucky was telling him to get out of the car, and he was asking why? Did you see that one?
No.
Okay. What video did you look at?
The ones that they published for, like, the world, like on YouTube, the news, just the ones where he was out of the car already being handcuffed.
So you did not see him going back into the car?
Well, yes, that's the video.
Okay. And let's back up a little. You testified that you had known Mr. Wright for how long?
About 2-3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks. And
Yeah.
when did you first start dating him?
We were never really official because we didn't get the chance to.
Well, he stayed at your house the night before.
Yeah.
How long had he stayed at your house prior to the incident?
Just a couple nights, not too many though, but he did stay with me.
Okay. And when did you first date him? Like you went out, you met him. Did you meet him on social media?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first meet him personally?
When I met him personally,
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact date, but it was in probably the beginning, not the beginning, the end of March, in that area, and then, yeah. Because if we're talking for 2 to 3 weeks, and then, yeah.
Do you remember what you did the first time you met him?
Yes.
What did you do?
We hung out.
What do you mean by hung out?
All right, the objection is granted in part and denied in part.
You stayed at your house that evening before April 11th, correct? And when you woke up in the morning, do you remember what time you woke up?
No, but it was like early, I think.
Excuse
I
me?
believe we woke up early, like around 10.
10 o'clock
Yeah,
in the morning?
I believe so.
Okay, and did Daunte wake up at that time also?
I believe so, yeah. If one of us is up, the other is also up.
All right, and that was about 10 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not Daunte Wright had smoked marijuana that morning?
Yes.
And did he?
Yes.
And was that right after he got up?
I'm not too sure, but I believe so.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor, to make sure I have this, your mandate correct? When Daunte Wright was smoking the marijuana, was that in your home?
Yes.
And were you smoking marijuana too?
Yes.
And I believe the evidence previously was that he, and I might be incorrect on this, that he arrived at his mother's house at about 11.
Yeah.
So, and if you got up at approximately 10 o'clock in the morning, you and him smoked some marijuana before he went out to his mother's, correct?
So, I wasn't sure about the 10, but
I
it
know.
was just an estimate, but yes.
Okay. And on the way out there, did you smoke any marijuana in his automobile?
No.
It was just in your house?
Yeah. Well, on the way to his mother's house, yes.
Okay.
No, we didn't smoke in, like it was in my house, but on the way to his mother's house, no, not in the car.
Okay, but you smoked it at your mother's house.
Oh, sorry, yes.
And was it one joint, or did you smoke two joints, or did you
One,
one? Did
Yeah.
you split it?
we had together, we smoked it together, yes.
And who supplied it, you or him?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
The objection is sustained.
Okay. And did you, after smoking this marijuana, feel that it had affected you at all?
No, Your Honor. Well, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
But thank you.
No, not any
Okay.
disabling effects, no.
You had observed Mr. Wright prior to this for at least a week or two. Could you tell whether or not the marijuana that he had smoked had affected him at all?
It did not.
You could tell that.
Yeah. Yes.
And why were you going out to his mother's? Do you remember that?
He just wanted to go see his mom. I don't remember specifically what the reason was. We were always together, so.
Did you meet his mom prior to that time at all?
Not personally, no.
And you stayed in the vehicle
Yes.
while he went in the house that morning, correct?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, I've never seen his son or his mom, so, I just stayed in the car. I didn't want to intrude.
Okay. He didn't want to introduce you to his mom?
Intrude. I didn't want to intrude.
Intrude?
Yes.
And you had two phones that day, fair statement?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you have to answer yes or
Oh,
no.
sorry. Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
So sorry.
And one phone was for you,
Yes.
And I'm not quite sure I understand what the other phone was used for.
He said that what the other phone was used for, it was just both my phones. Like, they were just phones.
Okay,
Yeah. Like,
why did you have two phones?
I just had two phones.
No real reason?
Yeah, I didn't use any for them for specific reasons. I just had two of them.
And Daunte did not have a phone that morning?
He did have a phone.
Okay, well, when he called his mother, he used your phone, correct?
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Because his phone wasn't working. I gave him my Xfinity Wi-Fi.
Now, after, we'll withdraw that question. I believe he testified, and I apologize if I didn't quite catch it right, because it was, besides being old and hard of hearing a little bit,
Yeah.
I couldn't understand what you're saying because you're crying.
Yeah.
But I believe you said that Daunte drove down the road after he was shot. Is that right?
He did not drive down the road. His hands were not on the wheel.
Okay.
His foot was on the gas.
Well, was his hands on the wheel in the beginning?
His hands were never on the wheel.
And how do you remember that specifically?
I remember that specifically.
Okay, and did he turn on the vehicle?
The vehicle was never off.
Are you sure of that?
I don't think it was, because how would it have just started if it was never...
You may mention me.
So, do you remember specifically whether or not the vehicle was on or off?
I do not.
Your Honor, I'm cross-examining the witness.
All right, excuse me. You may answer.
I do not recall specifically.
Okay, thank you. And the injuries you received, which were serious, right,
Yes.
were caused by the car accident.
Yes.
You didn't receive any injuries from any other incident, correct?
No.
And you mentioned on direct examination, I believe you said that you did not have a good past with police?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I keep doing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
I'm going to let you answer. I mean, I think she testified to that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. My father was, he is, well, an ex-criminal. I don't know what you would call that, but we've had encounters with the law enforcement before, and most times they were never good whenever it was around my dad. So it was just growing up seeing, just negative encounters with the police.
Between your father and the police?
Yes.
Not between you and the police?
No. I was
And
too young.
did you live with your father after you were 12 years old?
No.
You lived with your godmother?
I lived with my mother.
And where was that?
I lived with my mother at 12 years old. I was on the east side of St. Paul.
When this incident happened, your mother was living up north. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
And you're living down here with your godmother?
Correct.
And that would be in St. Paul?
Yes.
And how long had you lived with her?
I've lived with her since I was about 14.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just a couple more questions. As far as you know, the car was never turned off. Is that right?
Object to that as leading, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
She
he asked
already answered the question as leading.
multiple times.
All
I'd like
right.
to clarify.
Okay. Counsel, you're going to have to rephrase your question.
I will rephrase. As far as your memory goes,
Yeah.
was the car off or on during the entire time?
I do not recall, but I do believe that it was on, but I do not recall.
Not responsive, the last part of that. She said she didn't remember.
Okay.
That's contested.
Counsel, one-word objections, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are there parts of this incident that are difficult to recall?
Yes, there are.
And why is that?
Because I sustained a severe concussion and a little bit of a breakdown afterwards.
Was this a traumatic incident for you?
Yes.
Your boyfriend was shot right in front of you, right?
Yes.
Object to that as leading and move it be stricken, Your Honor.
Oh.
It's obviously not.
Okay, the objection is overruled. I'll let the answer stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on your memory today, what was the situation with the car when you were pulled over?
Object to that as a vague question. What was the situation? I don't know. what-
Would you like to rephrase
I will
that,
rephrase.
Counsel?
Based on your best recollection, was the car off or on and running during your interaction with police that day?
Same objection, Your Honor. She's already asked that. I've asked it.
All right, excuse me. Counsel, could you clarify the time that you're referring to?
Sure. At the time that you were pulled over by the police with Mr. Wright, Daunte, based on your recollection, was the car running? Was it still on or was it off?
It was running.
Okay. Now, at some point after the car drove off,
Yes.
you were removed, is that right?
Yes.
Are you unclear today about when exactly the car was turned off?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you're testifying to today?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Once again, what your testimony was, or what your memory is that after, obviously, he was driving the car before he was stopped, correct?
Okay, sorry, re-say it again.
Pardon me?
Can you say it again?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was obviously driving the car before he was stopped, correct?
Yes.
And when he was stopped, the car was running, correct?
Yes.
And after the car was stopped, you don't recollect, you don't remember if the car was off or on. Fair statement?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Payton, you may step down. Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Patricia Lundgren to the stand.
Hello, Ms. Lundgren. Please come over by the witness stand and stand behind the witness chair. Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this case? All right. Please have a seat. And would you please remove your mask?
Pardon?
Remove your mask. Okay. State your full name and spell it.
Patricia Lundgren, Patricia. Lundgren, Lundgren.
Okay, there's a couple of rules in testifying. The court reporter that's sitting in front of you is taking down everything that's being said. So you have to answer with a yes or no instead of shaking your head or saying uh-huh or uh-uh. Only one person can talk at a time. Please wait until the question is finished before you start answering. If you don't understand a question, please let the lawyer know. And finally, if an objection is made, please stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. All right. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lundgren, you might need to pull the microphone a little closer to you so that we can all hear you really well. Okay, let's try that. Thank you. Can you please tell us, well, how old are you currently?
Pardon?
How old are you?
I still didn't catch it.
Okay. How old are you today?
Oh, I'm 84.
And are you currently married?
Yes.
What is your husband's name?
Kenneth Lundgren,
And how old is Kenneth?
86.
And I want to take you back to April 11 of this year. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And were you in a car crash that day?
Yes.
And were you, well, where were you living? What town were you living in at the time of that crash?
I was living in Brooklyn Park.
Living with Kenneth?
Pardon?
Were you living with Kenneth, your husband?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Still.
Were you living with Kenneth?
Oh, yes.
And when you got in that car crash, do you recall what kind of car you were driving?
I was driving a 2019 Subaru Outback.
And when you got in the crash, who was driving?
I was.
And was there anybody else in the car at the time?
My husband was.
And where was he in the car?
He was in the passenger side.
In the front?
In the front, yep.
And where were you driving? Where were you traveling when you got into that crash?
I was going home.
And what street were you on?
63rd Avenue in Brooklyn Center.
Do you remember which direction you were going?
I was going west.
And do you recall if you were driving the speed limit?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall how fast that was?
30.
And as you were traveling along, what did you see before the crash? Can you tell the jurors just what happened?
Well, I know I did see the white car coming. Let's see. East on 63rd in the other lane towards me.
And then what happened after that?
Well, all of a sudden, he just cut straight across my lane in front of me.
And did you see it hit anything before you?
Did it hit anything?
Yeah.
I didn't really see, but I don't think so.
Okay. And so, did it hit your car then?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors, what you saw, where it hit you, that kind of thing?
Well, when I saw the car coming in my lane, I sort of went to the right side, which is what we all do when there's emergencies. And anyway, we ended up in the same spot.
And so did the white car hit your car?
I think. I'm not really sure who hit who, and then I thought that I missed him, but then I was spinning around in the highway, and of course the bags were all inflated, and my husband was moaning, and I ended up in the eastbound lane, and I was surprised that no one was coming to help me, which you always see in accidents. And then I opened the door and got out. And I did not have any injuries, but my husband did.
Okay. I'm going to back up just a little bit. Before the actual crash, did you cross the center line at all?
No.
Did the other vehicle cross the center line?
Yes.
So it came into your lane?
Yes.
And do you recall where on your car that car hit you?
Well, I think it was like, our front ends met.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it more on the passenger side or your side, do you recall?
I guess it was. I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. So at some point, it sounds like your car came to a stop, right?
Yes.
And that's when you said nobody came to the car to help you?
Yeah. When I stopped. Yeah.
And so then, did you get out?
Yes.
And what did you notice, in the area when you got out of the car?
I don't know what I noticed. No one was right around my car. It was strange. And so then I went to the other side and helped Ken get out of his seat.
Okay. When you first got out of your car, did you see any police officers in the area?
Well, I heard the police demanding kind of that the driver in the other car get out. And I saw his, well, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not.
So maybe my question should have been, did you hear a police officer? It sounds like you did.
Yes, I did.
Now, while we're talking about this, I'm going to show you some photographs, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to offer exhibits 33, 34, and 35, the photographs of the vehicle.
Any objection to 34, 35, and 36?
For the record, it's 33 through 35. That's okay.
Okay, those exhibits will be admitted into evidence.
All right. So I'm going to put exhibit 33 up on the screen. It'll show up right in front of you there, okay?
Yep.
So do you recognize the car in that photograph?
Yes.
And whose car is that?
Mine.
All right. So that's the car you were driving that day?
Right.
Okay. And then and so that's the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And then let's go to exhibit 34. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
That's the car as well, correct?
Right.
All right. And then let's go to exhibit 35. And that's your car on the driver's side, correct?
Right.
So when you got out of the car, you got out from the driver's side, right?
Right.
And did you have to go around that airbag that seems to be there in the picture?
Yeah.
And then when you got out, if we can go back to exhibit 34, you see some police cars in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And is that area in the background where you heard the police officer's voice yelling from?
Well, he was on the other side of the street then.
Okay. And so when you talk about that police officer yelling, that police officer was on the other side of the street?
Right.
All right. And so then, I'm sorry, if we could go back to 33, you started telling us that you, well, how did you feel when you got out of the car?
Well, I felt okay, really.
Okay. And so you went around to the passenger side, I think.
Right.
And well, what did you see regarding Kenneth?
Well, he couldn't open his doors, or I don't know. Anyway, he couldn't get out of the door. And I opened his door then and helped him get out of his seat.
And when you went to his side and opened the door, were the airbags inflated like they are here in Exhibit 33?
Yes, they were.
And when you say you helped Kenneth get out of the car, can you just explain for the jurors, please, what you mean by that?
Well, he really kind of didn't know where he was, and his head was hurting. The airbag, the side airbags were still inflated and really hard blowing, up. They were really tight. And I had to get him to lower his head to get out of the car.
And so you had to physically help him get out of the car?
Yes, I did.
And as you were, were you able to get him out of the car?
Yes, I was.
And then what did you do after that?
Well, then there was a policeman, what should I say, west of there. There were lots of policemen then, up, going west. And he motioned for me to come back behind his vehicle. And so we did.
And so where did you go, after that? Does my question make sense?
No.
Like, where did that officer want you to go or tell you to go?
He was motioning for me to come back and get behind his vehicle.
And were you still hearing voices of other police officers at the time?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And so how long did you kind of wait behind that police car then?
Well, pretty long, actually. But I don't know.
And at some point, did you get some medical attention out there on 63rd?
Yeah, there were EMTs that were talking to us and, are you sure you're okay? And things like that. And I really was, but Ken wasn't. But he didn't really say he wasn't feeling good,
Okay. And, Your Honor, at this time I'm going to offer Exhibit 32, which is a photograph of the Lundgrens.
Any objection? 32. 32 will be admitted into evidence.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 32. Can you tell us who are those two people?
That's me and my husband.
So it appears you are standing and Kenneth is sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Behind the police car, yeah.
And so Kenneth is a little bit bigger person than you. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Pretty tall?
he was.
And so this is when you were sitting behind the police car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you said you waited there for a long time,
Yeah.
and eventually the two of you got checked out by an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And did you, well, let me ask you this. Where did you go after being checked out by the ambulance?
Well, we sat in the EMT's ambulance kind of for quite a while, and I really don't know what time. But then we were taken to the police station in Brooklyn Center.
And from there, were you able to get home eventually?
Yeah, we sat at the police station, I think, for 3 hours maybe, and then they didn't have time to talk to us, and of course we didn't know why. But I'm not going to suppose. And then they did take us home about 6 o'clock.
Now, at some point, did you, the next day, seek some medical attention?
Yeah, we went to North Memorial for a checkup, and they took x-rays of Ken's chest. I'm not sure what all, they did at that time.
Yeah. How were you feeling the next day?
I really have felt just fine all the time.
But you went to the hospital because Kenneth was feeling how?
We went to the hospital because I guess we just thought that's what we should do. And we should have gone on Sunday, but we didn't.
So you went and got checked out?
Yeah,
Okay. And were you allowed to go home then?
yeah.
Prior to that day, had Kenneth been experiencing some health problems anyway?
No,
Okay.
not really.
After that accident, have you noticed a difference in Kenneth?
Yeah, great. He is on hospice care now, and yeah, he has lots of problems now.
Fair to say that he had been having some cognitive problems before the crash?
I hadn't really noticed any,
Yeah.
but perhaps.
But since the crash, you have noticed?
Yeah, a lot.
And so he had to go to hospice care for a while?
He was in Covenant Living hospice care, but it's really expensive, and so we have him at home now with hospice care.
So it's not that he's in hospice care just because of the accident, would you say, or is it just he's been a lot worse since the accident?
A lot worse since the accident.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, Counsel, you may cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Earl Gray. I'm one of the lawyers for Kim Potter. I'm going to ask you just a few questions, and most of them will be about your statement you gave on April 13th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You described in that interview that you said, man, we really got really hit hard and you slapped your hand. Did you do that?
Yeah.
And you really were hit hard, is that a fair
Yes.
statement?
Yes. You were.
And your car was destroyed, that fair statement?
Mm-hmm.
And you also stated if it hadn't been a Subaru in your seat belts, you and your husband would have died, correct?
Correct.
And then you asked at the end of the statement, do they have insurance? Do you ask that question? Do you remember that?
The other party, right?
Yes. Who was Daunte Wright? Was he the one driving the other car?
Yes.
And he's the one that hit you head on, pretty much, correct?
Right.
And you asked if he had insurance, correct? I have it.
Probably. I don't
Okay,
remember.
I have it in the statement. I'm not.
Okay.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Is there a redirect?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. You may step down. Okay, counsel, we're gonna, if you have a short witness,
I do, Your Honor.
okay, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Denise Wells to the stand.
Ms. Wells, will you please come over to the witness stand and stand behind the chair? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this proceeding?
I do.
Please have a seat. You may remove your mask. Please state your full name for the record.
Denise Lundgren Wells.
And will you spell it?
Pardon?
Please spell it.
DenisLundgrenWells.
Okay, a couple of things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter is taking down everything that's being said, so only one person can talk at a time. Please wait until the question is finished before you start answering. Please answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head. Please try not to say uh-huh or uh-uh, because that doesn't make for a clear record. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know and it'll be clarified. And finally, if an objection is made, you need to stop talking immediately. I don't want you to answer the question unless I tell you to. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
And if you would tell us, are you related to Patricia Lundgren, who you probably just passed in the hallway?
Yes,
How are you two related?
she's my mother.
And Ms. Wells, we ask everybody this question. How old are you?
62.
And are you currently working?
I am retired, but also working as a reserve principal right now.
So before you retired, what did you do?
I was the principal for Minneapolis Public Schools.
How long did you work in education?
38 years.
I always like when we have witnesses who are in education because they understand the rule about and uh-huh. So this will be a little easier to enforce with you. But so when did you retire officially?
June 30th, 2021.
And just been doing some part-time work for the school since then?
Yeah, the last couple of weeks I've been filling in as a reserve principal.
Do you recall April 11th of this year when your parents were involved in a car crash?
I do.
And how did you learn about the car crash that they were in?
Well, I was on my phone at night with a friend, and my mother called me, and I didn't pick it up right away. And so when I got off the phone, I called her. I listened to her voicemail, and her voicemail to me said, "We've been in an accident. The car is totaled. The guy died. We're tired. We're going to bed. Don't call us."
And not the kind of call a daughter wants to hear about her 80-year-old parents.
No.
Okay. So what did you do after getting that?
Well, I tried to call them, and they didn't pick up. And then I yelled at my husband and said, "You know, and I'm really worried. My parents been in an accident. Someone died. Their car's totaled. I don't know anything else." And so he got in his car and drove to their home and pounded on their door and woke them up. So just to make sure that they were okay.
And so he confirmed they were okay, at least for the night. And the next morning, did you, well, that should be a question. Did he confirm that they were okay for the night, at least?
Yes.
And did you then help your parents the next day?
I was at work, and I called them later in the morning, and they had taken themselves to the emergency room and been cleared. And then later in the day, I called them again, and they were looking through the white pages to find the phone number for the Brooklyn Center Police Department. So I got on I said, "I'll do it." And so they wanted their car. I keep doing, sorry. So I looked up the phone number and called, and then someone called me back and basically said, you know, that your parents can't have their cars in custody of the BCA, and until they release it, your parents can't have access to their car. So I called them back and told them that.
Okay. And was there anything particular that your mom wanted about the car?
She wanted to get her coat out of the car.
Okay. And when she was trying to find the phone number for the Brooklyn Park Police Department, well, let me ask it this way. Were they eventually able to locate the car?
Eventually, later, I think two days later, after they had a investigator come out and interview them from the BCA, and then their car was released. Prior to that, even though I told them they can't have their car, they were armed with the white pages and heading out to looking for tow lots to find the car, so that they were pretty determined to find the car. And, you know, again, had to say, you can't have that. You have to wait. So.
Did you recognize something called the white pages?
Yes. I say that because nobody that I know or work with would, anyway, in this day and age, use the white pages to do just about anything. But that's what they're used to.
That's what Mom was doing to try and find the car.
Yes.
And so eventually, was she able to get her coat?
Yes, eventually. And all their belongings out of the car.
I want to talk about your dad, Kenneth. Have you lived in the same area as your parents?
I have.
For how much of your life?
We moved to the Minneapolis area, Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park, when I was 4.
So you've been in the same area as your parents mostly all your life?
Yes.
And over the last, 10, 15, 20 years, how often would you see your parents?
I see them pretty much weekly, I would say. More so recently.
And prior to April 11th of this year, had your dad been having some health issues?
22 years ago, my dad had an AVM brain bleed. It stands for arterial, it's a mass in the base of his here in his neck, or in the base of his skull, and he was it kind of like a stroke, and he recovered. He never recovered totally. He always had some. His speech wasn't as clear as it used to be, or his ability to multitask was somewhat impaired. And he had been doing well, though. He was functioning. He was driving.
Did that change? Did you notice a change in that after April 11th of this year?
Yes, prior to April 11th, he was still driving. And after the accident, I began to notice that it was increasingly hard to understand him. And he wasn't, his sense of reasoning was, why he was doing the things he was doing weren't clear, or his articulation seemed to be getting worse and worse, and I could understand less and less of what he said. And they had a doctor appointment, I think April 20th, and I said, Mom, because I was still working, you have to, when you're with the doctor, I need you to call me because I want to talk to the doctor. And prior to that, I'd never done medical appointments with them before, but I do now. And basically, I told the doctor, I said, something's wrong. His reasoning is not, he's not making sense, and it's hard to understand him. He's more forgetful. So, yes, I noticed the difference.
Did you see, like, in being around him and others, like your mom, that he was not the same Kenneth as before April 11th?
No, he began kind of obsessing about dying. He called a friend up who, out of the blue, and asked him to sing at his funeral because he was dying. And I then called that friend and said, so how was that conversation? And he was a little taken back, to just get a call out of the blue. So, and my dad was unable to drive anymore. It's been a challenging spring.
And we understand that for some time he went into hospice care.
Yes, he's still in hospice care. He was, his balance has gotten much worse too, and he fell in August and got an abrasion on his knee, and the abrasion became infected, and they tried treating it with oral antibiotics, and they ended up hospitalizing him and putting him on IV antibiotics, and the infection became septic, and so they had to do surgery. So he was hospitalized, and from that hospitalization, he became, this is not my dad ever, but he became really belligerent. They had him strapped to the bed, and they tried to send him to rehab after 2 weeks in the hospital, and he was in rehab in the home, and he wanted to go home, and he ripped his PICC line out, so then he ended up back in the hospital, and they had him in restraints for another 2 weeks, and it's taken a really long time for him to become stabilized. So then he was sent to another home. While he was in the hospital, they did a MRI and found that his brain is shrinking, and he didn't make sense. He was fighting, pinching the nurses. He's a big guy. You saw my mom; she's little. He was a football player and just a big man, and so when he was released from the hospital, so the palliative care was called in, and they have determined that he is hospice So he's still in hospice. He was in a home, and we've since brought him home, but then we have home health care coming in. My mom can't go get the mail down in her apartment without having someone there 24/7.
And just so you know, I want to be very careful about this. You understand your dad being his age and having some cognitive issues already, correct?
Yes,
But do you think what you've seen is that since April 11th, his condition has accelerated?
extremely. I mean, he is no longer continent. He has to have all of his medications ground up. You know, I said to my mom, when did he become unable to swallow a pill? And yeah, things have accelerated quickly.
And so you're getting the appropriate care for him at home.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Counsel?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Earl Gray, Pauline, Kim Potter, and Amanda Montgomery. We represent Kim Potter. Did you learn after this accident who was driving the other car?
I did. Actually, I didn't see the news the night of the accident. But the next day I did.
And did you learn that Daunte Wright was the driver of the other vehicle?
Yes.
And did your mom usually drove the car because of his fall a few years back when they were together?
No. Up until then, sometimes she drove, sometimes he drove.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. You may step down. Members of the jury, we're taking our morning break, so 20 minutes. Is counsel ready for the jury?
We are.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy.
Judge, there's one point I'd like to bring up before they get in here. Both the prosecutors that
Mike?
Oh.
Thanks.
there's been a habit by both prosecutors of after the witness testifies to something, they repeat the answer. I haven't objected, but I would like them to stop doing that. Because it's not proper to repeat the answer on anybody.
All right. Could you please refrain from doing that? It's kind of lengthens the proceedings. Okay, please be seated. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Carrie Blansky to the stand.
Good morning. Please stand behind the witness chair. And over here. Next one over. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please take a seat. And please remove your mask. State your full name and spell it.
Kerry, Kerry, last name Blansky, Blanski.
All right. There's 4 rules to testifying. The court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. You have to answer yes or no instead of shaking your head. And please don't say uh-huh and because we don't get a clear record. Only one person can talk at a time, so wait until the question is finished before you answer. If you don't understand a question, please let the lawyer know and it will be clarified. And finally, if an objection is made, please stop talking immediately. Do not answer the question unless I tell you to. Counsel?
Ms. Blansky, you might have to pull the microphone just a little bit closer to make sure everybody can hear okay. Thank you. I want to draw your attention to April 11 of this year. And if you could just tell us, well, let me ask it this way. At that point in time on that day, were you living in the area of 63rd Avenue and Catherine in Brooklyn Center?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you on the screen sort of an overhead photograph we have of the area. So if we could put up Exhibit 1. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And so is the location where your home is on this photograph?
My home is just slightly out of the photograph on the far right.
Okay. In front of you, there should be one of these little styluses. Can you take that and just actually write on the screen kind of where your home would be in this?
Right. Oops. Sorry about that. There's my house right there.
Okay. So you've drawn a red X there, which would be just to the east of Catherine, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time I'm going to offer Exhibit 2. It's the other photograph of the scene of the area.
Any objection to Exhibit 2? There being no objection, Exhibit 2 will be admitted into evidence.
showing you Exhibit 2. Do you see what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the area depicted there?
I do.
Would this have any more of your home depicted on it?
We have a lot of tree coverage in our yard, so you cannot see the house, but you can see the trees.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, and that, yes, if you would just go ahead and draw it again.
there.
All right. So again, we're looking at the just east of where Catherine runs into 63rd, correct?
Yes.
And prior to April 11th, how long had you lived in that location?
It was 20 years last June.
And 63rd Avenue there, is that a fairly busy street?
It's a fairly heavily traveled road.
Is that kind of a main street in the area?
I would say so.
And living there, have you heard car crashes out on 63rd before?
Oh, yes.
So on April 11th, did you that day hear what you thought was a crash?
I did.
You just described for the jurors kind of where you were when you heard that.
I was in the upstairs bathroom, had just walked up there, and I heard the crash. I shouted downstairs to my husband, was there a crash? And he said, yes, I believe so. I went downstairs, and he had already gone outside, which is what we normally do to make sure everybody's okay. He was outside, I came outside, and he told me that we should stay back. Another police car had pulled up. A police car was traveling west on 63rd towards Catherine and had slowly rolled up to Catherine. The officer had gotten out and was standing in the fold of his car door with his gun drawn, and so we stayed back. We didn't know exactly what was going on, and we were watching from the corner of our home.
Okay. So if I can, could you draw, just mark on this Exhibit 2, the location of the officer with the gun drawn?
Must have been about there.
Okay. And did you see other cars that you thought might have been involved in the crash?
Yes, there was another vehicle that was on the sidewalk on that'd be the south side of, right across from the arrow there.
Okay. And how many cars did you see that appeared to have been in a crash?
Just the two cars, just the white car near where the arrow is, and then there was I believe it was a gray car across the road on the sidewalk.
Okay. And so did you then stay out there for a while and observe what was going on?
Yes, we did.
On that day, April 11th, did you have some security cameras on the outside of your house?
Yes, sir.
And eventually, did you take a look at those videos to see if it had captured the crash?
We did.
And at some point, were you interviewed by law enforcement officers about the crash, and did you provide them the videos?
Yes, we did.
And Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 36, which is a portion of that video.
Any objection to 36? There being no objection, 36 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
Okay, I'm going to run the video now, okay? Now, if we could just pause this here for a moment, please. And so do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jurors, that yard that's really in the center of the photograph, whose yard is that?
Yes, sir, that's our yard. You can see the swing set in the backyard and the gate going into our backyard.
So this is sort of a side yard?
Yes, yes.
And what is the roadway in the photograph?
That's 63rd Avenue.
Okay. And then towards the top of the photograph, there's a street that goes off away from your home. Do you know which street that is?
That's Catherine Avenue.
And so this is just security video, a security camera that you have on the outside of your home.
Yes, sir.
And then we will, in the timestamp on the top of the security video, do you believe that to be an accurate recording
do.
of the time? I'm sorry.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then let's go ahead and play. And let's pause right here for a moment, please. And I guess just for the record, we're looking here at the timestamp of 2:02:24, correct?
Yes.
Now, you told us earlier that you saw two vehicles that you believed had been involved in a crash. Why did you think that they were the ones involved in the crash when you went out there?
Because there normally aren't cars in that position on the sidewalks, I suppose.
Yeah. You were thinking that's a dumb question, right? But was there also damage that you noticed to both cars?
I did. The gray car on the south side of the road was heavily damaged. The white car had some damage. I couldn't tell very well because the police car had pulled up, so I couldn't really see much damage. It was just the positioning of the vehicle that led me to believe it was involved.
So if you could, again, take that stylus. I know the gray car is kind of hard to see, but kind of draw a circle around that, where that gray car is. Okay. And then the other car involved in the crash, can you draw a circle around that?
Yeah.
And is that also the police car that you
Yes.
saw arrive? All right. So. And then let's just let the exhibit run, please. All right, so let's pause it right here, please. I'm just going to stop this here, and for the record, the timestamp indicates 2:02:47. After hearing the crash, did you go outside and observe what was going on?
Yes, I did.
And as we look at this Exhibit 36, can you just kind of describe for the jurors where you went? Well, let me ask you it this way. How long were you outside there that day?
I would say the remainder of the day. We were out there for all the events that unfolded.
And while you were out there, did you just kind of stay in the area that's depicted here in the security video?
I stayed here for quite a while and then went to my neighbor's. Well, I don't remember exactly what sequence. Actually, I was in the front for a while, went into the backyard. By the time I got back there, the people in the gray car that were on the sidewalk closest to us were no longer in the vehicle. And at some point in the day, I was at my neighbor's house across the street. Not in this picture, they're not.
Fair to say that there was a lot of police officers that responded to this.
Yes, sir.
And did you also then sort of help with some bystanders or some other people in the area eventually?
After hours, it was a chilly day, a chilly April day, and the family of Daunte showed up. I assumed that his mother had arrived because she was very, very visibly upset, and I overheard somebody say that was his mother. After a while, other people that I assumed were family showed up, and there's a retaining wall right there on the right. That's where they were sitting, right next to our yard. After a few hours, we brought out a couple chairs. I don't think Daunte's mother and father were still there. Just from what I've learned after the fact, I think it was his brother and a young woman. We brought him a couple chairs and a blanket.
So what I think we should probably do is just let Exhibit 36 run to the end, please. Okay. That's all I have here. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
This time, Your Honor, the state calls Officer Alan Salvosa.
Okay, good morning, officer. Will you please come forward? Stand behind the witness chair, which is right next to me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then please remove your mask. And state your full name and spell it.
It's Alan, A-L-A-N, Douglas, D-O-U-G-L-A-S, last of Salvosa, S-A-L, V as in Victor, O-S-A.
Okay, officer, just a couple of reminders. Yes or no answers. Don't shake your head. Don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. Only one person can talk at a time. Please wait until the question is finished before you answer. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. And finally, if an objection is made, stop talking. Don't answer unless I tell you to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel?
Good morning. Could you please state your occupation for the record?
I'm a police officer of the City of Brooklyn Center, sir.
How long have you been a police officer?
Going on 12 years in January, sir.
Did you work anywhere in the law enforcement capacity prior to joining the Brooklyn Center Police Department 12 years ago?
I was in a non-sworn position with the Richfield Police Department. Otherwise, all my sworn experience has been with the Brooklyn Center Police Department, sir.
And throughout that time, you've been a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license?
Yes, sir.
And you're trained to respond to emergencies
Yes, sir.
and in report writing?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a specific assignment with the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
I'm in the patrol division, sir.
And when working on patrol, are you equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe how that works?
The body-worn camera would sit basically on my chest. It can be activated by me pressing the button, or it has certain triggers. It's linked to my squad car camera. So if I turn on my squad car and hit the lights and sirens, it automatically syncs and will also activate. Kind of a nutshell how it works, sorry.
And that video is retained after your shift and can be reviewed later, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As a patrol officer, could you explain your duties?
The duties are to respond to 911 calls for service if people call 911. I have to respond, take reports. We do proactive patrol, investigate suspicious persons, respond to medical emergencies, do traffic enforcement, kind of jack of all trades, I guess.
Mm-hmm. When you're on patrol, do you travel in a marked squad?
Yes, sir. Sometimes in an unmarked, but for the most part, a marked squad.
Okay. And how many officers are typically in a squad car in Brooklyn Center?
Typically one, unless you're in a training position, sir.
So, unless you're in a training position, you're driving one person in a squad.
Yes, sir.
And when you're working on patrol, are there other officers on patrol in other squads during your shift?
Yes, sir.
How many in a typical shift, assuming full staff?
Anywhere from 3 to 7, depending on shift minimums and the time of day, sir.
Is there a supervising officer also on duty?
Yes, sir.
Is that person typically of the sergeant rank?
Yes, sir. Typically it would be a sergeant. Unless there isn't a sergeant, then it would fall to the most senior officer.
Is it common to refer to that type of sergeant as a patrol sergeant?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the 3 to 7 officers on a given shift, do you communicate with each other during the shift?
Yes, sir.
How do you communicate with other officers?
Typically by the radio we have our dispatch channel, a channel where we can speak to other Brooklyn Center officers, email, we can send each other messages through our computer system, and obviously cell phones.
Is radio to radio communication a common part of your shift?
Yes, sir.
And how big is your patrol area?
The city of Brooklyn Center is 8 square miles, and it's broken up into 5 districts, so about 1/5 of an 8 square mile, depending on what district you're assigned to.
Do individual patrol officers stay in their districts during the course of the shift, or do you drive throughout those districts?
You can drive throughout the city, you just have to be able to respond to your specific district.
So you essentially have a zone coverage during the
Yes, sir.
Now I have a few questions about how patrol officers assist each other during their shifts. Let's say you have an individual stop for something basic like speeding. Do you communicate that you're out stopping a vehicle to your fellow officers?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
You would radio the dispatcher and basically say that you're out on a traffic stop or stopping a vehicle for whatever reason, or depending on the type of call, you would basically use your call number and then tell the dispatcher what you're doing. It would be something to the effect of, 3219, I'm on a traffic stop with whatever the license plate was, or 3219, I'm stopping a suspicious person, and then give the location of your stop.
Does that prompt other officers on your shift to do anything automatically?
Yes.
And what is that?
Oh, if they're in the area, they would probably start to your location. They would obviously look at their computer and see that you were assigned to something. They would hear it over the radio, and so they would have an idea that you're out with something, and if they were close, typically they would try to respond, or they would maybe ask you if you needed backup, depending on the type of call.
That sort of response, do you have to specifically ask for it, or is it just part of the practice of how you support each other during a given shift?
It's a bit of both. Sometimes, depending on the location or the level of training of the officer, you might ask them if they need backup. Sometimes if you're close, you might respond. Other times, if it's not that big a deal, you might just acknowledge that you hear them, but it all just depends on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. How often during a typical shift would a sergeant stop to support you?
Depends, probably a couple times a shift, depending on how busy it is, or if he's close by a call, he will stop by. If it's any major call, a supervisor will always try to stop out.
Okay. I have a couple of questions specifically about you, Officer Salvosa. Have you held any specific assignments or duties during your time with the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about those assignments?
I am a field training officer. I was on the SWAT team, and I'm on the West Metro Mobile Command Field Force.
Okay, let's break each of those down. Maybe first, could you explain what it means to be a member of the SWAT team?
I'm a member of the SWAT team of Brooklyn Center. Basically, we respond to high-risk calls for service, barricaded suspects, warrants, and things like that, where you typically need a higher level of response than just a patrol response, hostage negotiation, things like that.
And what about the West Command Mobile Field Force?
That's a joint partnership with other agencies for civil unrest and things like that. Basically, we would be the guys that would be out there, depending on the level of civil unrest, to kind of protect buildings and property and life.
Okay. Now, in terms of being a field training officer, how long have you been a field training officer?
Approximately 5 or 6 years, sir.
Could you explain what a field training officer is?
Field training officer is someone who takes new recruits or new people to Brooklyn Center who are becoming cops and has to train them and evaluate them, monitor their progress, and make recommendations whether they move to the next level of training or identifies additional things they would need to improve on before successfully moving on as a police officer in the city of Brooklyn Center.
Does being a field training officer require any special skills or training?
Yes, typically you'd have to have some time with the Brooklyn Center Police Department. You'd have to show knowledge of craft, discipline, some leadership, some mentoring. You'd have to go to a specialized school to be certified to be a field trainer.
Okay. And it does require a good understanding of policy?
Yes, a working knowledge.
Now, describe how a given day may be different when you're serving in your role as a field training officer or FTO versus not being an FTO on that day.
If I was an FTO, and I'd have a lot more freedom, there's a lot more, I'm just by myself, I respond to my calls, I can do whatever I want, essentially, in terms of how I want to patrol or how I want my day to go. I'd still respond to calls, but there's a lot less paperwork. As a field trainer, there's a lot more mentoring, a lot more training, a lot more paperwork, a lot more trying to evaluate and test your probation or your trainee.
And part of that is intending to impart policy and reasonable practice on them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One additional background topic. Have you ever needed to provide any emergency medical aid during the course of your career?
Yes, sir.
I just want to talk about that for a minute. What medical training have you received as a Brooklyn Center police officer?
First responder certified EMR, basically first aid, CPR, how to treat wounds, how to triage, things like that.
Okay. And how often have you utilized that degree of medical training in the field?
Almost daily on a shift. We're always responding to some type of medical, whether it's someone feeling sick, someone who fell down, someone who has a head injury, car accidents, heart attacks, strokes, all kinds of medical situations. Anytime anyone would call 911 for a medical emergency, police would typically respond depending on how busy we were.
Okay. Now, during your career, prior to April 11th of 2021, did you work with a fellow officer named Kim Potter?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe how you knew her?
She was officer when I started.
And did you know her professionally throughout your career?
Yes, sir. I've known her since I've been a police officer.
Beyond your role as a fellow police officer, did you have any other interactions with her in a professional capacity?
Yes, she was the union president.
The president of the police union?
Yes, sir.
And she was available to, if you needed to speak to her on issues of advice, etc.
Yes, sir.
If you saw her in person, would you recognize her?
Yes, sir.
Is she seated in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
I will stipulate it's a Kim Potter sitting next to me.
All right.
Given your experience with Officer Potter, do you believe that you engaged in radio communication with her in the past?
Yes, sir.
Given that experience, do you believe that you would have the ability to recognize her voice over the radio?
Yes, sir.
I now want to discuss the events of April 11th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what your shift was?
I believe it was a power shift or a day shift. I'm not certain, but I was working either a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. or an 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay. At approximately 2 p.m., you were on duty, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you were doing?
I believe I was grabbing lunch.
Did you receive any communication from any fellow officers around that time?
Yes, sir.
And what communication was that?
I heard over the radio that Officer Lucky had initiated a traffic stop somewhere on 63rd Avenue North in Brooklyn Center.
Okay. Did you respond to that information?
I acknowledged it. I heard it over the radio, but I didn't acknowledge it.
Okay. Did you respond to that information?
Yes.
And how did you respond?
I decided to drive towards that traffic stop.
As you responded, did you know any other information about that traffic stop beyond that it was a vehicle which was stopped?
I believe there was some communication about possibly having a warrant attached to the vehicle or person, and they wanted another squad.
Now, I have just another question about 63rd Avenue. Would you agree that this is a well-traveled road in Brooklyn Center?
Yes, sir.
Is that a road that you as a patrol officer have spent some time on?
Yes, sir.
A lot of cars going by?
Yes, sir. It's a major artery. You can essentially get from the center of the city all the way into Brooklyn Park.
And you're traveling in that squad car by yourself that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you make it to the actual location of the traffic stop?
No, sir.
And why did you not?
Prior to arriving on the traffic stop, as I was driving westbound, I was probably a block and a half away when I observed. I could see the flashing lights of Officer Lucky's squad car. I observed a white Buick take off from that traffic stop at a high rate of speed. It crossed the eastbound lane onto the westbound lane, essentially coming directly head-on at me, and it collided with a vehicle in front of me, sir.
And could you give the cross streets of where you saw that collision take place?
Approximately 63rd and Catherine Drive, sir.
Was that a startling observation for you at that time?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you saw that crash?
I immediately got on the radio. I notified the dispatcher that I had a PI accident or personal injury accident stemming from a flee from the traffic stop. I asked for an ambulance to come immediately to the area. The vehicle, after it hit the car in front of me, the car that it hit went to my left, or basically south, and stopped. The Buick basically hit the car and came to a rest on the corner of 63rd and Catherine in the northwest corner. It had heavy front end damage. It was heavily tinted. Because it was a fleeing vehicle from a traffic stop and it was a felony crime, I took my handgun out and pointed it at the vehicle. I ordered everyone in the vehicle to put their hands up, even though I couldn't see. And I called for additional help, sir.
Did you see any other officers in that area?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, beyond Officer Lucky's squad in front of you?
No, sir.
Would you agree that traffic was still traveling back and forth on 63rd?
Yes, sir.
And as you arrived, did you have any information about the medical condition of anyone in that Buick?
No, sir, not as I arrived initially. The windows were rolled up. It was tinted. I couldn't see inside.
Yep. And was there any information about the medical status of those individuals communicated to you via radio at that time?
No. There may have been, but I didn't hear it because I was yelling at the car trying to get them to put their hands up.
Did you know whether anyone had a basis to believe that an occupant had a weapon at that time?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
Did you know whether anyone had a basis to believe that anyone had a weapon in that vehicle?
I did not have specific information that that car had a weapon at the time, no.
Did you receive any information from any of the officers at the scene of the traffic stop at that time?
I don't recall. There may have been, but I was yelling at the car to get their hands up, so.
How about Officer Potter specifically? Do you remember her reporting anything to you over the radio about the condition of anyone in that Buick?
No, sir.
Were you surprised that you didn't receive any information from anyone at the traffic stop?
I was confused.
Would it have helped you to learn more information about the occupants in the vehicle at that time?
Your objection is irrelevant in the conclusion of the witness.
Do you want to rephrase the question, counsel, please?
You had previously testified you didn't know how many people were in the vehicle or what was going on in that vehicle. Would it have helped you to know more information about what was going on in the vehicle as you approached?
Which vehicle are we talking
The
about?
white Buick, Officer Salvosa.
It may have helped depending on what the information was.
Okay. So as you arrived and you directed the occupants of the white Buick at gunpoint, could you see anything in the vehicle at that time?
I saw some movement, but it was heavily tinted. So it was kind of hard to see. I could discern movement. That was about it.
Did you attempt to address the occupants in the vehicle?
Yes, I gave several commands for them to put their hands up.
And did you see any physical response to your commands?
There was some movement, and at some point the passenger lowered her window.
And was there any verbal response at that time?
I think the passenger said, "I can't," or something similar, and then the passenger said something about, "He's not breathing."
Under those circumstances, would you describe your tone at that point?
It was aggressive. It was a little bit amped up because of the flea, and I had him at gunpoint.
As you were communicating with those occupants, did you have any other communication with fellow officers?
I asked for additional squads to help me. I informed them that the passenger and the victim were not cooperating. There was a lot of movement. They wouldn't exit the vehicle. I believe I updated that the male was possibly not breathing, and I needed additional help because I was by myself to address the issue and try to get the male out to get him help.
After a period of time, were you able to have some communication with the individual in the passenger seat?
Yes.
And could you describe this individual, her appearance?
She was a female. She had some facial injuries from the crash. She was crying.
Do you recall whether that individual gave you further information?
Just that he wasn't breathing, the male driver.
And based on your observations, did you see anything that contradicted her account that he was not breathing?
I could barely see him. He was kind of slumped back in the driver's seat.
So you'd agree that for a period of several minutes, you held the white Buick at gunpoint. No one came in or out of the vehicle.
Object to that is leading and repetitious, Your Honor.
I'll let you answer that question. The objection is overruled.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
I said you'd agree that for a period of several minutes, you held the white Buick at gunpoint and no one came in or out of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Did other officers arrive at the scene eventually?
Yes, sir.
How long did it take for other officers to arrive?
Felt like forever, but probably a couple minutes.
Did multiple squads arrive?
Yes, sir.
Were they all from Brooklyn Center?
No, sir. There was multiple agencies. Hennepin County, Brooklyn Park, Champlin, Crystal, I think Robbinsdale. I don't know the specifics, but those ones I know for sure were there.
When they arrived, did you interact with these other officers?
Yes.
Could you describe your interactions?
I briefed them initially on what I had, that the vehicle that I had my gun pointed at was a fleeing vehicle from the traffic stop. There was one passenger in the front seat, one driver, and there was potentially a passenger in the back seat because I couldn't see into the back seat, but I assumed there was.
And did you, at that point, with your fellow officers, make a plan of what to do next?
Yep, we kind of talked about it, and then a supervisor arrived on scene, and we started coordinating what the next steps would be to safely remove the passenger, remove the driver, and then provide aid.
At that point, did you have further verbal interaction with the occupants of the vehicle?
Other than telling them to put their hands up, I think I told the female several times to get out of the car so we can help the driver, because I knew time was of the essence and he wasn't breathing, but there was no way to safely go up there without her cooperation.
Yep. And what did she do in response to that?
Eventually she got out of the vehicle, put her hands up, and then walked towards another officer that gave her commands.
Did you have any direct interaction with her?
After that point, no, sir.
Do you know where she went after that encounter?
I believe she was placed in the back of a squad car.
Okay. Now, after the females removed from the vehicle, could you see any activity in the Buick?
Very limited. I think the driver was still in the driver's seat. The back door was still closed. It was still tinted. And we were kind of gathering information as to whether there was another party in the car and what we could see and kind of coordinate the response.
So at that time you didn't know whether it was just the driver or whether there were other individuals in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eventually, did you confirm how many individuals were in that vehicle?
Yes, sir. We were kind of able to get a better view. I think as more officers arrived, they had better angles of view into the car. I think someone had spoken to the female who basically said it was just her and the male driver.
Beyond the information that he appeared to be injured and the visual observation that he appeared non-responsive, did you know anything else about the driver?
No, sir.
Ultimately, you did take action toward the Buick, correct? You as a group of officers.
Yes, sir.
How many officers were present at that point?
I don't know the exact number, but I'd say upwards of 5 or 6.
Okay. Could you describe the group's actions toward the Buick?
They kind of made up a plan. They asked for a bunker, which is a ballistic shield. There was talk about having a 40mm launcher, which is a non-lethal, less lethal weapon system that shoots foam rounds. They kind of tried to figure out the best way to approach the vehicle. I think at one point they were going to come from the back of the vehicle, but then they decided to come around towards the front.
From the time that you observed the crash, from the time that officers approached the vehicle, how much time elapsed?
It would be hard to say, sir. I'd say 5 to 10 minutes, give or take, ballpark.
And your body-worn camera was on this time?
Yes, sir.
So that would accurately reflect the time that it took between these two occasions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you participate in approaching the driver in the vehicle?
Not initially, sir, no.
Okay. What did you do?
I held back as they approached, and I lowered my weapon to avoid crossfire issues.
And did you, after they approached the vehicle, did you end up assisting the group in any particular way?
Yes, I grabbed my medical bag and my AED from the trunk of my squad car and gave them the medical bag and was prepared to assist them in providing medical aid.
By that time, did you observe what the group of officers actually did with regard to the driver?
They had extricated him and pulled him out towards the front of the car and were giving him first aid. They were starting to administer aid.
Okay. And could you observe his condition at that time?
Barely. I think I observed it for a little bit. I dropped the medical bag off. I believe I was trying to put on gloves till I was ordered to tape off the crime scene.
Okay. Did you later learn the identity of that individual that was pulled out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what was his identity?
I believe it was Daunte Wright.
Okay. Did you participate in any of the life-saving measures at that time?
Other than providing my medical bag and my AED to the officers already working on him.
So you testified that you were directed to go tape off the area? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe what that means to the jury?
It means taking police tape and securing a perimeter around the area to preserve evidence, to prevent tampering of evidence, to keep onlookers and people that shouldn't be allowed in the scene. It prevents people from trampling the scene, other vehicles, other cars, other vehicles, other people, non-investigated people into the crime scene.
After you taped off a certain part of the area, what did you do after that?
I believe someone had said that they spoke to an individual who claimed she was the mother of the deceased.
Let's pause on that for just one moment. Perhaps I should say, after you took some time to tape off 63rd Avenue, do you recall standing in the area where the white Buick was located?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you learn about the status of the driver at that point?
Yes, sir.
And what was the medical status of the driver?
That he had been shot.
Okay. I should say this. Did you learn also that he had been pronounced dead?
Yes, sir.
During this period of time, prior to speaking to any witnesses, did you have any information that this was an officer-involved shooting?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that you heard that someone had come to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
I believe it was Daunte's mother, Katie Wright.
And do you recall when they came to the scene?
It was pretty quick, sir. I would say within 5 to 10 minutes of it all kind of settling down.
And where were they located when you first saw them?
They were just outside the initial perimeter and crime scene tape, just to the east of Catherine Drive, probably a block and a half, the next intersection, maybe, excuse me.
How far away were they from Mr. Wright's body at that time?
A block. I think they were at the next corner, so a city block.
Did you end up speaking to Mr. Wright's parents?
Briefly.
Was there any reason that you ended up being the one that spoke to his parents?
At that time, I was one of the Brooklyn Center officers, and I had no indication that the case was not going to be handled by Brooklyn Center, so it would have been typical for a Brooklyn Center officer to investigate incidents in Brooklyn Center.
Did you obtain information from who you understood to be Daunte Wright's mother?
Yes, sir.
What information did you obtain?
That she asked a lot of questions. She said that
The objection is sustained.
At some point during this period of time, did you hear information that this was an officer-involved shooting?
yes, sir.
How long did you speak with Mr. Wright's parents?
I don't know the exact minutes, but probably anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, depending. I wasn't timing myself. I apologize.
After you concluded speaking to Mr. Wright's parents, what did you do?
I was informed that I had to return back to the police department and be isolated because I was a potential witness.
And who communicated that information to you?
I believe it would be Sergeant Lawrence.
And did you understand that was per policy or protocol?
Yes, sir.
After that decision was made and you were informed of that, could you describe what happened to you?
I was escorted by another officer to the Brooklyn Center Police Department, and I was given a quiet place to be by myself without any interaction with anyone else except for an attorney.
Do you know the name of the officer who escorted you to the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Officer Dan Irish with the Champlin Police Department.
And had you known Officer Irish in any other capacity besides that day?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
We served together in the West Mobile Command and Mobile Field Force.
How long were you at the Brooklyn Center Police Department that day?
A couple hours, I believe, sir.
Now, did you do anything else with regard to this case?
No, sir.
Did you collect any evidence?
No, sir.
Did you interview any witnesses?
No, sir.
Did you write any reports?
Yes, sir. For my attorney, for my statement for what happened.
Did you speak to anyone from the BCA after that incident?
No, sir.
Did you witness any of the events firsthand which caused Mr. Wright's death?
No, sir.
Okay. Now I want to go through a couple of exhibits with you. Could you put up Exhibit 1? Officer Salvosa, I'm showing you Exhibit 1 on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that as a map of the area that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify or at least point at the path of your vehicle as you arrived?
So I would have been going westbound, sir, this way.
Okay, I see you make an X there on the right side of that map, directly below Catherine Avenue? Catherine Avenue?
Catherine Drive, yes, sir.
Catherine Drive. And where was the white Buick as it came to a stop?
It would have been right at this X, sir.
The blue X right there on the map?
Yes, sir.
And where did officers pull Mr. Wright's body?
Sorry, can you repeat that again, sir?
Where did officers pull Mr. Wright's body out of the vehicle and set it down?
Probably right here, sir. Sorry.
You're doing fine.
Just north of that.
Just north of the X?
Yes, sir.
And where did you assist with the taping of the perimeter?
It would have been further to the east, sir, so it wouldn't be on this map, but probably if you look at city blocks, it'd be the next intersection.
Okay. And where were you when you approached Katie Bryan, Mr. Wright's mother?
Would have been, it's not on this map, but further east, the next intersection.
Further east off this map. Okay. I now want to show you a video that you saw before trial. Am I correct that the squad car that you were driving that day was equipped with a squad video recorder?
Yes, sir.
And how does that squad video recorder activate?
It has certain triggers. If I activate my lights and siren, if I press the record button myself, if I go over a certain speed limit, it activates. There's sensors if I'm involved in some kind of crash or something, it activates.
Okay. And do you know whether your squad video captured your arrival in that vehicle collision you've testified about?
It did, sir.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review that prior to trial?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state will offer Exhibit 37. That's a squad video of Officer Salvosa's arrival.
There be no objection. 37 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
Let's do that at this time. Maybe we just pause at the beginning. Officer Salvosa, I'm showing you just the first second of your exhibit. Would you agree there's a timestamp on here of 14:01 and 44 seconds?
Yes, sir.
For most everybody in the world, that's 2:01 and 44 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Would you testify today that that was an accurate time?
Yes, sir.
And could you just describe to the jury what they see on their screen right now?
So you're seeing a view from my quad car camera, which should have been centered. If I'm driving, it would be right here. It is capturing my movements as I'm driving westbound on 63rd.
Okay. And we'll hit play at this point.
She's saying that she's trying to be a Democrat because of the absolute.
3219, PI accident, 63rd Catherine Drive, fled from 38 start north on the Reds. Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up!
Officer Salvosa, the video concluded, and as it began, would you agree that you were following one of the vehicles that ultimately ended up in the crash, correct?
Yes, sir.
Prior to the vehicle collision, did you see debris flying to the left of that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify for the jury what you saw flying out there?
I believe it was probably, there's a median there with a sign, so I believe it was probably debris from the vehicle or something hitting kind of the median before it hit the car in front of me, sir.
Okay. I now want to show you another video. It's a composite video of your arrival that you saw before trial. I just have a few preliminary questions about it. You've testified today that you were wearing your body-worn camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was activated as you arrived at the scene.
Yes, sir.
In addition, are you aware that there was a home surveillance video that captured your arrival at the scene?
I was made aware after the fact. I wasn't aware at the time.
During a prior meeting, did you see a video which was a synced composite of the surveillance video and your body-worn camera at the time of your arrival?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state is going to offer Exhibit 38. It's a composite video of Officer Salvosa's arrival at the scene.
Any objection to 38? Is there any objection to 38? There be no objection. 38 will be admitted into evidence, and you may publish, counsel.
Okay, let's play that video this time. Maybe I'll just pause the image here at this time. If I had to look at that screen, it would be much more difficult to see. But Officer Salvosa, would you agree that there are essentially two images on the screen right now?
Yes, sir.
And can you identify what the screen is on the lower right?
That appears to be my body cam video, sir.
Okay. And would you agree that there's a timestamp at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Yep. And that's listed at 2:02 and 5 seconds?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a image on the top left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's play the video.
He's saying that she's tired of being a Democrat because of the absolutism that she's
3219, PI accident, 63rd and Catherine Drive, fled from 38 stop, start north on the Reds. Put your hands up! 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 Put them up! Put your hands up!
Officer Salvosa, I'd like to now play for the jury a third video. Do you recall that your body-worn camera continues on past that point, beyond the point, and actually captures your interaction with the vehicle and ultimately the response by the group of officers?
Yes, sir.
And you've had an opportunity to review that prior to trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers Exhibit 39. That's a portion of Officer Salvosa's body-worn camera.
Any objection? 39. There being no objection, 39 will be admitted and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. This video is a bit longer, Officer Salvosa, correct? It's about 16 minutes long?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You will be given an opportunity to discuss issues if they come up. Could we please play that, Mr. Miller?
He's saying that she's tired of being a Democrat because of the absolutism that she's
3219, PI accident, 63rd and Catherine Drive, fled from 38 stop, start north on the Reds.
Did you recognize the voice on this video?
Yes, sir.
And whose voice was that?
My voice, sir.
Did you hear yourself say, start north on the Reds?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury what that means?
North Memorial Ambulance is the ambulance company that provides services to Brooklyn Center. So when we refer to them as North, so that would basically refer to an ambulance. On the Reds means the fastest response possible.
Okay. Lights and sirens.
Yes, sir.
You can continue.
Put your hands up! 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 Put them up! Put your hands up! 3219, several at gunpoint, 63rd and Catherine Drive. Start north on the Reds and start 2 rigs. We've got a civilian car injured as well. As soon as we get additional cars, I'll check for injuries. Suspects are not compliant. They're moving around. Put your hands up! Hey, sir, stay there. Stay there.
You had directed someone to stay there. Do you know who you were talking to at that time?
I believe it was the person in the injured vehicle.
Which injured vehicle?
The Subaru that was hit head-on in front of me, sir.
Okay, and can you actually see the other vehicle on your screen now?
It's just in the corner by my door frame. You can kind of see it right outside my door frame.
Okay. Right outside your door frame in the way left side of this image?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can continue, Mr. Miller.
Put your hands up! Lower the window! Lower the window! 3219. We'll take 2 rigs, stage them a couple blocks out. What's that? 3219. The driver is not breathing. I'll take an additional squad and we'll yank him out. But get him here on the reds. I'm by myself, holding him at gunpoint. $3,219, make it 3 rigs. I got 1 male not breathing, 1 female with facial lacerations, and then I've got another civilian car that I have not been able to check on yet.
But anybody that's available.
Incoming squad, come to me at 63rd and Catherine so we can get the driver out and the passenger, and then we'll have to check on anyone else after, but the driver is not breathing according to the passenger. Passenger's moving around. I can't see him, but we're going to need to extricate him if he's not breathing. So I'll wait for additional. Let's come up with the plan. Okay, so female passenger, driver.
I just wanted to pause quickly. 2:06 and right on the dot. Would you agree that that's the timestamp that the video is paused at this time?
Yes, sir.
And in your leftmost view on this screen, do you see the number 1683?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury what you're seeing at this time?
I'm seeing one of the first officers to arrive, which would be a Brooklyn Park squad.
Okay. And I won't interrupt at this time. You're going to begin to explain the situation to him, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's not breathing. 3 from the traffic stop, and then they crashed. 3219, the suspect I'm at gunpoint at is a flee from 38 stop. Ma'am, get out of the car! Passenger, get out of the car! Get out of the car! Get out of the car so we can take care of him! Get out of the car! Yes, you! Get out of the car so we can help him! Get out of the car!
Let's grab a bunker if you got one. You got a bunker?
Copy that. Ma'am, put your hands up.
I'm behind you.
Okay, he's not. Yep, I see him. He's not breathing.
Okay.
Hey,
How
Jeff,
many other people are in it?
just 2.
There's 2 more in it.
One in the back.
You got a 40? All right. Let's have you guys come up from behind then. There's one still.
He's not breathing.
We'll deal with that when we deal with it.
Copy that. I can't see the back seat.
So the back seat possibly has a passenger still moving around. Do we have anybody who has a bunker? My sergeant's coming. Okay. Let's wait till we have one then.
Yep. I'm in no rush. Someone go check on that car, see if they're okay. So he hit that car and crashed too.
3207, if we can still get a bunker to 63rd and Catherine.
300, we've got a bunker.
Yes, that's one in the squad here. 63, oh, that's too far down. I copy. We got one out of the car, still got two in there. Can't see what the one in the back seat's doing.
I'll be arriving.
You want to bring your 40 up here? Oh, you got it there? Don't, that's fine. That'll work. Take back!
Washington and Robbie.
63rd and Catherine with the, if you have the bunker. Okay. That's it? Okay. Oh, we see one in the front passenger seat.
Can you guys make sure no one else is in that vehicle?
You guys want to come up from behind? Would it? You think so? All right, bring it around then. We can do it. We can bring it around. You stay here. I'm gonna
Copy that.
step back.
White. Buick. Plate status. Expired. 1. State records hit.
Hey Al, is there another person in the back or no?
No.
It's just the driver right now.
Yeah, that's all I can see.
She didn't say there was anyone else?
She doesn't say there's anyone else. I couldn't really see because she was moving around so much.
Yeah, so you, whoever's Hader, you're going to cover through that front window. Okay? And then whoever's on my left, whoever needs to leave from my left, I want you to clear that back seat, okay?
Plate status expired.
Ready? So block that window. We're coming up. We're moving up.
Copy that.
Window.
Officer Savosa, in the last 2 seconds of this video, first of all, can you identify the timestamp on this video at this time?
It says 2:10 and 55 seconds, sir.
Okay, and some individuals just walked across the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who are those individuals?
Officers from other agencies.
Okay, and what is going on at this time in the video?
They have stacked up and looks like they had a bunker and a rifle, and they're approaching the vehicle to clear it.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, he's probably not going to make it. What's it? Not shots fired. What's that? Oh, he did? Oh, I didn't yell shots fired.
I got your keys.
Back.
We don't have exits.
Where's he got the shots?
Chest.
Does anybody have? Do you have your
I got nothing on the back.
Well,
those kits that we just got?
No, that's
you want to start putting some tape up there?
Yep. Hey, folks, you're going to have to back up. Back up. Back up, folks. Back up to the end of the block, please. squad car. What's that? No, I'm okay, thank you. Yep. Hey,
Could you pause at this time? Officer Salvosa, at this time, 2:14 to 21 seconds, would you agree that the audio cut out?
Yes, sir.
And why did the audio cut out?
Me and Officer Fricky had a private conversation.
And in that private conversation, you're able to mute your camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
okay.
What can I talk to you about more patients? I don't know. Nobody knows anything.
So, female patient in here, that's the...
Do you recognize the individual you're addressing at this time?
It's a North paramedic.
Okay. So is this the first time that you've encountered the paramedics on the scene?
No, an ambulance drew by earlier in the video, and a bunch of them were walking around.
Okay.
Female patient, there was someone in this car. $219, does anyone know the patient, where the patient of the Subaru is? Is she okay? We have North here. What's that? Yeah, let's.
All the way down the path here.
So by the school, I guess, furthest is the school.
So there were shots fired down there?
I don't know. I didn't hear that. It was a traffic stop. They had one with the warrant. As I'm pulling up this way, the car takes off, hits this Subaru and crashes here. He's got a gunshot wound. I didn't fire him, so I have no idea about that. But obviously he's got shot somewhere between there and here. That's all I
Do we
know.
have anybody else?
No.
You don't know?
So there's a guy that they took into custody, driver, and then the female passenger.
Okay.
So I'm guessing somewhere between there was where the shot was fired. I don't know anything else. Yes, if you would. Start from the school west.
Old people?
Officer Salvosa, do you know who you were addressing at the video at this time, about 2:16?
It's a Brooklyn Park officer.
Okay, and the information you conveyed, is that at the time that you conveyed that information, what you believed occurred?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, you have learned that some of the information you conveyed to that officer was inaccurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They're over here. So North guy's already on them over there. So.
Are we still on the main?
We're still on the main.
I don't know if we need to move it to attack channel, but
Hey, you guys are.
Jesus.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming.
You'd agree again, I hear at 217, you've put it on mute.
Yes, sir.
By this time, at 217 and 30 seconds, have you ascertained the status of Mr. Wright?
I believe so.
And what was that? That he was deceased by this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, when you look at the view here at 217 and 50 seconds, do you see something different with where Mr. Wright's body was located?
Yes, sir.
And what's that?
His body's been covered up with a sheet.
Do you know the name of that officer right there in front of you?
That is Officer Jeff Summers, sir.
From the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the video is concluded at 2:19. Just have a couple other things I want to show you, Officer Salvosa. Are you aware that other officers at the scene were wearing body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And those cameras captured footage of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And prior to today, you've had an opportunity to review 5 still images from those body-worn camera videos?
Yes, sir.
And they show you captured at different events that you've discussed in your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will seek to admit exhibits 40 through 44, still images showing Officer Salvosa.
Okay, if there be no objections, 40 to 46 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish them.
Yep, and Your Honor, if I misspoke, I said I meant 40 to 44.
40 to 44, thank you.
Officer Salvosa, you testified earlier that you carried a medical bag to an officer. Could we show Exhibit 40? Do you see yourself carrying those medical bags in the middle of Exhibit 40?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then quickly to Exhibit 41. What of the 2 bags, what are each of those? What's contained in each of those bags?
So in my left hand, the black and yellow bag would be an AED or defibrillator. In my right hand, the orange bag would be a medical bag with oxygen, bandages, airways, and different things we might use.
And do you remember the name of the officer to whom you gave those bags?
I do not, sir.
Would it have been Officer Summers, perhaps?
Possibly, sir. I'd have to check.
Okay. And you testified earlier that you spoke to Mr. Wright's parents. Could you please put up Exhibit 42? I'm showing you a 3rd image. Do you see yourself in that image?
Yes, sir. I would be the officer kneeling.
And the 2 individuals you identified as Mr. Wright's parents are the ones seated in the retaining wall?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the name of the other officer who's standing behind you?
That'd be Officer Jeff Summers, sir.
Okay. And now Exhibit 43. And would you agree that this still image is from 2:36 and 55 seconds p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And what is shown in this image?
Me having a conversation with Mrs. Wright.
You testified that Sergeant Lorenz asked Officer Irish to escort you to the Brooklyn Center Police Department. I'd like to show Exhibit 44. Could you describe what you see in this image?
That is me, and then that is Officer Irish to the left of the screen.
Okay, just to be clear, to the left of the screen is Officer Irish?
Yes, sir.
And then the other individual, that's you
Yes, sir.
in there? Okay. And you'd agree that is about 2:48 and 19 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Was this image shortly before you left the scene?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then you completed no further work on the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions for this witness.
Is there any cause? Yes.
Officer Salvosa, is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
I'm a lawyer for Kim Potter. You know who she is?
Yes, sir.
She was one of your fellow police officers at Brooklyn Center. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And next to her is Paul Eng, and I believe you've talked to him, have you not, or not?
Possibly, I can't remember, sir.
All right.
I apologize.
In any event, you heard over the radio on this day, April 11th, that Officer Lucky was doing a traffic stop, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was on this, working in Brooklyn Center as you were on that day?
Yes, sir.
And did you know at that time that Officer Lucky's FTO was Miss Potter?
Yes, sir.
And after you heard that he was doing a traffic stop, did you also hear that Sergeant Johnson was going to follow up on it?
I believe so, sir. Yes, sir.
And you decided to drive over that way from where you were at just to see what was going on. Is that fair?
And to assist if I could, sir.
Yes. And you did that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so at that point in time, when you're driving down that street, the street is, what is the street again?
63rd Avenue.
63rd Avenue. You're going west or east?
West, sir.
You were going west. You were headed towards a traffic stop where you believed that Sergeant Johnson, Officer Potter, and Officer Lucky were there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you were driving west down that road, you saw a white car from the area of the traffic stop, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you saw that car drive at a high rate of speed right towards the car in front of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you saw that for about a block. Would that be fair?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw that vehicle, the white vehicle, go over the boulevard and smash head-on right into that Subaru, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at that point in time, when you stopped your car, you had the knowledge of the traffic stop, 3 officers there, and this fellow, this car, you saw take off towards you at a high rate of speed from the traffic stop, go over a lane and hit a car head-on in your city, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that alarm you at all?
Very much, sir.
And is that why you drew your gun and said, "Show me your hands" or "Get out of the vehicle"? Was that the reason?
Yes, sir.
Were you trained to do what exactly you did there, sir?
Yes, sir.
And when you kept saying, what were you saying when you had your gun pointed? You wanted him to get out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe it was put your hands up, put your hands up. At one point, I believe I said, get out of the car so we can help him.
And this was a car that you could not see in the back seat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all you could see, if anything, would be the waving of the hands of the passenger, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the passenger was not following your orders, correct?
Yes, sir.
For a period of time that we watched the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And finally, she did get out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that, you were able to get the driver out of the car, and we saw at the end of that video that the police officers, the ER, what are they called? The emergency doctors or
paramedics, sir.
Paramedics, thank you. The paramedics were working on Daunte Wright. You brought yourself over to help them. And was that what you were trained to do?
Yes, sir. I believe my medic bag arrived first before the paramedics were even there.
Okay. And before the paramedics arrived, were other officers working on Daunte Wright?
Yes, sir.
And what were they doing?
assessing his injuries, trying to figure out how best to treat his injuries and save his life, sir.
Trying to save his life, correct?
Yes, sir.
To revive him, correct?
Yes, sir.
So all in all, after you're on the scene, was it approximately 15, 20 minutes? I'll withdraw that. When did you first learn that this was an officer-involved shooting?
I don't know exactly. It would be much later.
Okay, how much later? Do you remember? Was it after you left the scene of the traffic accident?
It would be before that, shortly before that, I think when, starting to piece together, obviously, when we were able to find out that obviously he had been shot, and I believe I was talking to one of the cops and said, he got shot, he's shot, and it happened between there and here. So.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
While you were there, did you see movement of the driver at all in the beginning?
Can you clarify in the beginning of what part, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. When you first arrived, when you saw the accident, you saw the car coming towards, and by the way, if that Subaru wasn't in front of you, that car probably would have hit you, is that right?
Cause for speculation.
He was there, he saw it, Your Honor.
Well, the objection was sustained.
All right. In any event, when you stopped your vehicle and you had your gun there, did you see movement of the driver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be indicating that at that point in time, the driver was still alive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Judge.
All right. Is there any redirect?
Officer Salvosa, when did you get the first hint that this was an officer-involved shooting?
Probably shortly after they had taken him out of the car and piecing it together. As far as officially, not until they told me that I was a witness.
Sure.
And had to be...
Yeah, less than official. Did you talk to any witnesses that caused you to believe that it was an officer-involved shooting?
I did not talk to any witnesses that led me to believe it was an officer-involved shooting, no.
Not Katie Bryant?
I did talk to Katie Bryant, yes. She did say that she believed her son was shot.
Shot by whom?
A police officer.
Could you describe the movement?
Back to this, you're saying, Your Honor, it's also outside the scope of the cross-examination.
I don't know what your question was. I mean, what is your question?
He's answered my question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Officer Salvosa, I think I just needed some clarity. What movement of the driver, Mr. Wright, did you actually see when you were holding him at gunpoint?
It's hard to say, but kind of he was moving back and forth and kind of rocking a little bit. It's hard to say specifically because it was obstructed by the passenger, but there was kind of movement of this back and forth a little bit.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You may step down. Okay, members of the jury, we are going to take a lunch break and we'll get started up at 1:30. Counsel, you'll alert me when the autopsy photos are going to be shown, okay? So we can alert Court TV.
Your Honor, the next witness, there will be a. Maybe we speak off the record.
It'll be what?
Perhaps we can speak off the record. I'll give the court and counsel notice as to how
Okay.
evidence in the next witness.
Good. Thank you. is counsel ready for the jury? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Deputy. Okay, please be seated. All right, the state may call its next witness.
This time the state called Officer Dan Irish.
Hello, officer. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this case? Please take the witness stand, and then will you please remove your mask? Please state your full name and spell it.
Daniel, D-A-N-I-E-L, middle name Lawrence, L-A-W-R-E-N-C-E, last name Irish, I-R-I-S-H.
All right, officer, just a reminder, yes or no answers, no or Okay, if you don't understand a question, the question can be clarified for you. If an objection is made, stop talking and don't answer it unless I tell you to. And don't talk on top of each other. So wait until the question is finished before you answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Counsel?
Could you state your occupation for the record?
Police officer,
What law enforcement agency are you with currently?
the Champlin Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
About 19 and a half years.
Is that dating all the way back to about January of 2003?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did you work anywhere in law enforcement capacity during your time at Champlin?
Yes, I have. I worked for the Anoka County Sheriff's Office part-time in the Court Security Division. I've worked for the City of Dayton as a part-time police officer. I no longer work there. The City of Corcoran part-time as a police officer, and currently with Metro Transit Police as a police officer part-time.
And you're a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you're trained in responding to emergencies?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a specific assignment within the Champlin Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned to the patrol division as a patrol officer, working day shift 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
When you're working on patrol in Champlin, are you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Have you held any special assignments or duties during your career with Champlin?
Yes, I'm currently a drug recognition expert, instructor, as well as a standardized field sobriety instructor. I'm on the West Metro Mobile Command Field Force. I was on the Anoka Hennepin Drug Task Force. I've been a use of force instructor, and that's about it.
In your work with the West Command Mobile Field Force, have you encountered officers from other departments?
Yes, I have.
And have you encountered officers from the Brooklyn Center and Brooklyn Park Police Departments?
Yes, I have. They're assigned to our platoon. It's Champlin, Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, and Osseo.
As a patrol officer, could you explain your duties?
To patrol the city of Champlin, respond to 911 calls, be proactive with traffic stops and other responsibilities, assist with emergency calls as needed within neighboring jurisdictions.
And do you travel in a marked squad?
Yes, I do.
And how many officers are typically in a squad car in Champlin?
Just one.
And you had alluded to the notion that you respond to emergency calls not only in Champlin?
That's correct.
Where else do you respond to emergencies?
Neighboring agencies that are close by.
Would those communities include Brooklyn Center?
Yes, it would.
Now, when you respond to an emergency in another city, what might your duties or responsibilities entail?
It depends what is happening when I get there and where I'm needed and what kind of work needs to be done.
Am I correct that in addition to being a patrol officer, you have been a field training officer for other officers in your department?
Yes, I have.
Could you explain how the field training program works in Champlin?
In Champlin, the new hire goes through 4 phases of field training, and he's usually with a different officer on each phase. The phase can last anywhere up to a month. They drive, and the FTO sits in the passenger seat and helps guide them as a police officer, teach them about statutes and rights and policy and procedure and all that stuff.
Does that require any special skills or training to be a field training officer?
Yes, you attend a field training officer school, and then it also requires being a good officer and knowing the job and having some experience on.
Describe how in a given day, how that given day may be different if you're functioning as a field training officer versus merely just being an officer. If you're alone in the squad car.
Being alone in the squad car, I'm responsible for myself. When I'm field training, I'm now responsible for that individual, making sure that proper policies and procedures are followed. When I'm alone, I make the decisions on where I'm going, where I'm going to turn, who I'm initially going to stop. When I have a field training officer or trainee, depending on the phase, kind of later phases, they have more latitude on what choices they get to make. In the earlier phases, they don't.
How long have you been a field training officer?
I believe since 2007.
Now, when responding to emergency calls, have you ever needed to provide emergency medical aid?
Yes, I have.
I want to talk about your training and experience in that. As a 19-year police officer, could you describe your medical training for the jury?
Yes, I am currently certified as a first responder in the state of Minnesota.
And you've been certified as a first responder all the way back to 1999, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And have you received special instruction from the U.S. Marshals on medical training?
Yes, we had the U.S. Marshals come into the Champlin Police Department for our annual refresher, providing like a tactical medical training, medical response, and kind of a tactical situation.
Now, in terms of the medical interventions you're trained on, am I correct? You're obviously trained on how to check a pulse.
That's correct.
How to conduct CPR.
Yes, sir.
How to place a chest seal on a wound such as a gunshot wound.
Yes, sir.
How an AED or a defibrillator functions.
Correct.
How to apply and to administer a breathing device known as an ambu bag.
Yes, sir.
How to put on and how a Lucas device functions.
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about some of those later. But how often have you had to utilize this degree of medical training as a police officer?
I couldn't even count the number. At the Champlin Police Department, we respond to all medical calls that are dispatched to us. I don't know, I've probably...
How about this? Would you agree that you have to utilize this degree of medical training multiple times per year?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
And am I correct that you've actually received 7 commendations or recognition for life-saving work in the field?
Yes, that is correct.
And could you describe what one of those awards means?
It means that I saved somebody's life by providing some sort of act, whether it was CPR or whether it was dragging somebody from a house for carbon monoxide poisoning. But most of them, I believe, are CPR saves.
Today I want to just discuss the events of April 11th, 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
And did you work your regular 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. shift that day?
Yes, I did.
At approximately 2 p.m., do you recall what you were doing?
Coming back from the Hennepin County Jail
Were
to
you
the
traveling
city.
in your squad car?
Yes, sir, I was.
If I interrupted, I apologize. Could you describe where you were driving about that time?
Roughly 694 interchange.
Okay. Did something occur at that time that attracted your attention?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was on the Hennepin County East Main, or I think they call it Law 1 now. I heard 3200, which is the city of Brooklyn Center, call out shots fired.
Shots fired. Better just back up to help everybody understand what are you listening to, what's the 32 main, help us understand what you're doing as you're driving back to Champlin at that time.
Okay. Champlin Police Department is on what's called Hennepin Law 2, which is where I get dispatched on. But because I border the city of Brooklyn Park, I also listen to the Hennepin County East Main, or Law 1, where they're dispatched from. And Brooklyn Center's call number is 3200. And it could be 3200 all the way down to 3235, 38, whatever the case may be.
Okay. So you heard on the Hennepin County East Main channel a call, and that specific information that you heard that occurred in Brooklyn Center was?
Shots fired.
Shots fired. Okay. When you get a call, when you hear about a shots fired call, what goes in your mind with regard to how you are going to respond?
It's obviously an emergency call, and I'm going to respond lights and siren to the area and find out where I'm needed.
And is that what you did in this case?
That's correct.
And did you get information about the specific location of the shots fired call?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as you traveled to that area, did you get any other updates about what was going on?
Yes, I heard a Brooklyn Center officer, Officer Salvosa, that I learned later, yelling on the radio that he had one at gunpoint.
And did you arrive in the area that Officer Salvosa identified?
Yes, I did. As I was arriving, I asked where I was needed, and whoever answered me said 63rd and Catherine.
Okay. And so you ended up at 63rd and Catherine?
That's correct.
And what did you do when you arrived at that location?
I got out of my squad car and I walked up to where all the other officers had already kind of mustered and were trying to devise a plan.
Okay. And you basically went there just as you previously said. There was an emergency in another city. How many? Is that about right?
That's correct, sir.
So as you arrived, you said that there were some other officers devising a plan. Perhaps at this point, could you describe what you see at the scene at that time at 63rd and Catherine?
There was multiple squad cars on scene. There was one crashed, what I believe was either an SUV or a crossover, and then there was a white passenger car crashed up in the front and kind of by the corner and telephone pole maybe.
Okay. And did you encounter Officer Salvosa?
I don't know if I talked to him or seen him right there.
Okay. What were other officers doing in addition to devising a plan?
Trying to get a bunker so that we could use them to approach the vehicle.
Okay. Did officers have their guns drawn, not drawn, or something else?
They had their guns drawn.
Okay. And the objective at that point was what? To approach the white car?
Yes, sir. To approach the white car safely.
Okay. Now, did you have a view of the white car?
I did.
Okay. And when you looked at the white car, did you see any activity in the vehicle?
I did not.
At that point that you arrived, did you see how many individuals were in the vehicle?
I did not.
Okay. Did you learn at any point whether there was anyone that had been removed from the vehicle?
I did, but I don't know at what point I learned that information.
Okay. Did anyone provide any other information about what was going on in that vehicle?
Not really.
Was there any information that anyone in that vehicle had a firearm?
No.
Okay. Did you have any information about the degree of injury that that person in the vehicle may or may not have?
No.
How many officers were present at that point?
Maybe approximately 10.
Did the group of you ultimately take action toward the white car?
We did.
And could you describe your actions?
We utilized a body bunker and formed up in a tactical line and approached the vehicle on the passenger side. And once we got to the passenger side, somebody was calling for more cover on the driver's side, and so that's when I moved over towards the driver's side.
And when you got to the driver's side, what did you see?
I had seen what I know to be Mr. Wright slumped over in the driver's seat.
What was his condition at that time, based on just your observation?
He was slumped over.
Okay. Would you characterize that as non-responsive?
Yeah, non-responsive, head kind of, I believe, to the right.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
At that point, I moved over to the driver's side door and passenger door and had my gun out as I was trying to look in the back seats. And then another officer finally got the driver's side door open.
Okay. And after the driver's side door opened, what did you do?
Officer Lazenberry from Brooklyn Park Police Department grabbed a hold of Mr. Wright's hands and began to remove him from the vehicle, and I assisted by grabbing a hold of Mr. Wright's shirt and jacket area.
And after you grabbed him, where did you take Mr. Wright?
Right out of the driver's seat and approximately 15 to 25 yards away from the vehicle on the what I'd consider the grass boulevard.
As you laid him on the grass, what did you do at that point?
Started assessing him for injuries.
Did you locate any injuries on Mr. Wright's body?
Yes, we did.
Could you describe the injury that you observed?
A single gunshot wound that appeared to have entered from the left side and exited on the right side.
Did you check his entire body for other injuries?
Yes, we did.
And did you find any?
No, we did not.
So the primary injury that you observed was the gunshot wound to the chest?
That's correct.
You'd call that a side-to-side from the left to the right?
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in any actions at that point of the life-saving nature?
Yes, I did. Started to remove his clothing. I checked for a pulse on his wrist and also his carotid artery, which is on the neck. And as we were checking him, someone behind me handed me a chest seal. So I put the chest seal onto the exit wound.
Can I pause just a second? Could you just describe what a chest seal is?
A chest seal is you put on and it helps keep like your lung capacity and keep everything in there, and it kind of burps it out so you don't get collapsed lungs.
Did you feel a pulse when you checked his pulse?
I did not.
Okay. After realizing that Mr. Wright did not have a pulse, did you take any other actions?
Yes, we were calling for someone to give us a defibrillator, and at some point someone handed me their AED that they're commonly referred to.
Okay, could you describe what an AED is?
It's for cardiac patients typically. You open it up, it has a couple of electro pads. You put one on the chest and one on the side, and you plug it in and turn it on, and it analyzes for heart rhythms and tells you if a shock is advised or to continue with CPR.
And what happened when you hooked up the pads to Mr. Wright?
It told us to continue with CPR or start CPR.
And is that typical readout that AED gives you in a situation like this?
Yes, depending on what the heart rhythm that it's detecting. If it detects a non-shockable rhythm, and then it advises you to start CPR.
If it did register a shockable rhythm, what would you use the defibrillator for?
To provide a shock.
So because the AED or defibrillator informed you, just recommended to continue CPR, is that what occurred at the scene?
That is correct.
Did you perform that CPR?
I assisted with it. I did not perform the chest compressions.
That was done by other officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there any other life-saving measures attempted by you?
Yes, I assisted with helping out with the oral airway. The oral airway is a plastic airway that's kind of at an angle, kind of like this, that you put in and you turn it around. It helps keep the tongue out of the back of the throat so that you can provide sufficient ventilation. And I assisted with keeping the head, neck, chin tilt, so it opens up the airway more, and I held on to the ambu bag to form a seal around Mr. Wright's mouth and chin, and so he could get adequate air from the ambu bag.
During this time, were any paramedics on the scene?
There was a paramedic that arrived. I don't know at what point they walked into the equation.
Just in talking about your background, these decisions that had to get made to check pulse, start CPR, get the AED, get the chest seal on, these decisions which were all directed by law enforcement officers based on your training, correct?
That's correct.
And as to your observations, was everyone able to act in accordance with training?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but at some point you mentioned the paramedics did arrive?
They did.
And do you remember how many minutes into your efforts those paramedics arrived?
I don't. It wasn't very long. Less than 5, I would say.
Okay. What occurred when the paramedics arrived?
I believe they initially checked the pulse and advised us to continue with CPR. Another paramedic, I believe, started. They have a much larger machine that checks the rhythm of the heart and does other medical stuff, and they call it a 12 lead. And they started putting on the 12 lead stickers all over the body to check for a rhythm.
These are just another whole set of leads that you would put on the body. Is that also basically another version of a defibrillator that if it advised a shock, they could have shocked, but if not, it just tells you to continue CPR?
Yes, and it also shows on the display what the heart rhythm is and other things on that display that I don't.
Sure, it's a more medical, it's something that the paramedics have, not you as an officer just has in the back trunk,
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
Now, did CPR continue?
It did.
Was there any other additional intervention proposed at that time?
Putting on what's called a Lucas device.
Could you describe what a Lucas device is?
A Lucas device is a device that assists paramedics and other first responders with CPR. It's you have a plastic backboard piece that you slide underneath somebody, and then the top piece clicks into that, and almost a suction cup type thing comes down onto the chest, and it's, I believe it's fueled by or used by like compressed air, and you push start, and it gives the correct depth and rate for CPR. It's used for that, and also because CPR is very strenuous on people to continue for a long period of time.
So it's a very large machine that could sort of replace officers' efforts to conduct CPR on a patient.
That's correct.
And did you ultimately complete installing the Lucas device on Mr. Wright?
No, I believe we only got the backboard piece underneath him.
And why was that?
Because I believe we were directed to stop by one of the medics on scene.
Do you recall why the paramedic directed you to stop?
I don't recall the exact what they said.
Yep. At the time that they directed you to stop, did you also understand that that was significant of another conclusion made at the scene?
Yes.
And what was that?
That the party was deceased.
After the paramedic pronounced Mr. Wright dead, what did you do?
I assisted with getting a sheet from the paramedics so that we could cover up his body.
And after you covered Mr. Wright's body, what did you do at the crime scene?
I believe after that, I moved to the east side of the crime scene to help the deputies and others on scene move people back and extend the crime scene tape.
At that point, were you told any information about what actually happened?
No.
Did you know at that point whether Mr. Wright's death pertained to an officer-involved shooting?
I'm going to allow leading on just these preliminary points. Go ahead.
Can you repeat that, sir?
Did you know at any point whether Mr. Wright's death pertained to an officer-involved shooting?
I did not know for sure.
Were you informed whether there were any suspects outstanding at that point? Or
I was not.
Did you complete any other tasks related to this case?
Yes, after I was done on the east side of the crime scene, I went back and stood by Mr. Wright's vehicle and Mr. Wright's body, waiting for any further instructions. And I was approached by Sergeant Lorenz from the Brooklyn Center Police Department. He asked how long I could stay. I advised him as long as he needed me. And then he asked me if I could take Officer Salvosa back to the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
And do you know why that you were asked to bring Officer Salvosa back to the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
One, his car was within the crime scene, and two, it's pretty standard between departments that when you're involved in a critical incident, you have a buddy officer that takes you and stays with you until you're relieved.
When you are asked to be a buddy officer, or sometimes called an escort officer, what parameters do you have typically?
We don't talk about the case. You drive them to whatever location it is. In this case, it was Brooklyn Center Police Department, and we found an empty room by ourselves, which was the upstairs break room, and I sat there with him until I was relieved.
Yep. And did you talk about the case?
No, we did not. A little bit initially about when I got there, but other than that, we just watched TV and talked about other cases.
Yep. And were you eventually relieved?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, did you do anything else with regard to the investigation of this case?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you collect any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you interview any witnesses?
I did not.
Did you witness any of the events which led to Mr. Wright's death?
I did not.
Okay. Now, during your actions, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
I was.
Okay. And you know that it captured footage of the events that we've discussed this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state offers Exhibit 45.
Any objection to Exhibit 45? There being no objection, Exhibit 45 will be admitted and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, put that up. If you could pause just at the beginning. Just trying to get bearings, Officer Irish. I'm showing you on the screen an image. Would you agree the timestamp on that says 19:10 and 41 seconds? Do you think that's accurate?
Yes, I learned it's Zulu time.
It's Zulu time. So in Central Standard Time, would you agree that was 2:10 and 41 seconds?
I would.
All right. And could you describe what you see on the screen in front of you?
The officers that were on scene getting ready to devise a plan. The Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center squad car, and the white car was the car that Mr. Wright was in.
Okay, so right in the middle of the screen here, you see like the back quarter panel. That's the white vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And then there are a number of other police officers that you can see on the screen here.
Yes, sir.
Right. Including yourself, you'd agree that at least you see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 8 officers in view, on 7 on the camera, and then including yourself would be 8 right here?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay. You can play that.
And we object on the grounds that this is entirely cumulative.
Would you like to do a sidebar, please? Okay, the objection is sustained.
Mr. Miller, you can Your Honor, you said sustained. You mean overruled, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You can continue, Mr. Miller.
We're just going to block that window. We're coming up.
You're another bunker.
Another one. All right, I got another one.
Here, we got another bunker, Steve.
Watch out, watch out.
Nobody's in the back.
Double check with nobody's in the back.
Pull that door.
Stand by.
Where do you want? The other side? Handgun?
Hang on.
Everybody in the back. Just here.
Let's get up, med kit. Med bag, please.
You got chest wound here. All right.
And
Yeah,
chest wound
scissors.
here.
Everybody got scissors?
We need scissors.
Chest.
Chest wound here.
Looks like
We're rolling quick. I got nothing on the back.
nothing. Nope.
Nothing on the back. Okay.
Oh, we got another one right there.
No, no, that's in,
and
that's
out.
out. Use that gauze, wipe that out. In and out. I got a clear dressing.
All right, we're gonna gauze seal.
Clear dressing? Yeah, wipe that out. You got.
What's that?
So in, out.
Hold on, I'm going to take your gun.
Do we have tape? Oh, here we go.
Sorry.
So doing chest compressions here?
Yeah.
Yep. Let's get an AED.
Where's that AED?
We're good on chest. Yep. Let's do it. I wouldn't do CPR. Okay. All with this. Are we? Yeah, north, right here. That's perfect.
Stand clear. Connect electrodes. Stand clear. Analyzing now. Stand clear.
I believe wounds here, wounds there.
No
Got
shock
chest seal on.
advised.
No shock advised.
Start CPR.
I paused the video at 2:13 and 35 seconds, correct, officer?
Yes, sir.
There's an individual who walked up who placed his hand on Mr. Wright's neck, correct?
That's correct.
Could you identify who you believe that is?
I don't know who he is, but with his uniform walking up, it looks like a North paramedic.
Okay, and what is he doing right now with regard to Mr. Wright's?
Checking for a pulse on his neck.
And you'd agree this is your body on camera, so it's showing what these hands out here that you can see in the video, those are your hands, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was a device that you were manipulating in the video just in the last minute or two of this video, correct?
That's correct.
And is that the AED that you previously testified about?
Definitely object to that. He already testified to all this, now we're watching the film. Now he's narrating the film.
All right.
403.
Well, counsel,
Yeah, I'm just yes, Your Honor, I understand that there's not supposed to be speaking objections. It has been talked about a couple times.
all
Thank
right.
you.
And, all right, but you know what my prior ruling was?
Yes.
All right.
You can continue, Mr. Miller.
Want to start pumping on him with those?
Was he responsive for you guys at all?
No. We just pulled him out of the car like 3 minutes ago. He was in the back.
He was like this the whole time?
Yeah.
7767, make it Yeah, I want you to do CPR for a sec. We'll get the monitor on him. I'm thinking we're probably going to call on here. I don't feel anything. He was like this the whole time.
Whole time? Okay.
Can anybody tell me if he's the only one
No, there's like 2 or 3 others, I think. I have no idea, man. That's what I heard in the radio.
It analyzed once and no shock device.
No shock device
Yep.
once?
Yep.
Dustin, do you know those fit?
Okay.
I get it. Actually, he's throwing up on us. I got that earpiece in. All right. I got.
Oh, that's starting to come out.
Yep. That's what we're thinking. Yep.
One out here.
I don't know if that's
In or out, like 2 of them.
Yeah, no, in and.
Where?
In is on the left side, out's on the right.
Got a chest here on the
Come
outside.
around and pull these. Get ours on.
Okay, what? Okay, keep going. I'm gonna have
Yep.
another one.
Yep, sorry, I'm kind of stuck on it. There we go. Just a double check. We're in charge mode when we get those on.
Let me know when you want to switch. Right? Yep.
Put these 4 stickers on them as well. All right, we're doing compressions.
Connect electrodes.
Yeah, I'll take the lower. Go around.
Connect electrodes.
You got the top. Yep. Sorry, right here.
Tell me when you're ready, Phil.
1 second. You got the 4 on.
4 is on.
Yep.
All right, we're gonna stop CPR for a
concussions.
second.
Check pulses, guys.
Check pulses.
You got nothing here?
Got nothing.
Nothing.
Some electric.
We're gonna get back on compressions. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, there's some electrical activity.
Okay, let's get the Lucas going then.
Get the Lucas on.
Right here.
Everybody back.
Good for now.
So he's DEA.
Is that what we got?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. What's going on, man? No surgery.
All right.
Listen,
we're gonna
OIS?
get the back plate over here.
I believe. I think so. Okay. Because my partner, she's down
Are we
there.
gonna roll them? Roll your
I
way
don't know
first.
what-
Alex?
I was at the station. I was just on my way back from jail.
Whatever.
Yep.
All
Let's
right.
just roll them.
Roll 'em.
Nope.
You guys did not find a pulse?
No pulse. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Here, grab that sheet.
Right there. Holy so that. Lucas, back plate. There you go. Just cover here.
I felt for like 15 seconds. I didn't feel anything. You guys.
We have another ambulance here. One for an officer that was injured.
Huh?
Good.
Yeah. 16 to 03. I'm gonna be stuck down here for a few minutes.
Yep, we're good there.
Did you guys go to him? No, you guys just arrived on scene.
They arrived.
So we won't worry. Do you have? We're waiting for. So I'm gonna grab their run number then. Okay. I guess, right?
Yeah.
I'll just
And the video concluded. Officer Irish, going back to April 11th, is it true that most officers on the scene were wearing body-worn cameras?
Yes.
And prior to today, did you have an opportunity to review some still images from other officers' body-worn cameras, which fairly and accurately capture images of your actions that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to show the jury 7 still images, exhibits 46 through 52.
Again, this would be cumulative.
403, Judge, to clarify.
All right, just a moment. Only one word objections, please sidebar. Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take our afternoon break a little bit early. So, 20 minutes. Officer, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, counsel, I think the most efficient way to do this is to go in chamber so you can show me what you're proposing to show, okay? Thank you, Deputy. We're ready.
Your Honor, did you want to make a record that you're allowing exhibits 46, 49, and 50?
Yes, we went back in chambers and I reviewed the photographs. I found that a number of them were cumulative. And so we restricted the number of photographs taken that will be shown to the jury. Right, please be seated. Okay, Mr. Larson, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Irish, you've previously testified about how you approached Mr. Wright's vehicle, and you testified that you saw Mr. Wright's body slumped. If you saw an image of his position, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
At this time, please show Exhibit 46. In Your Honor, the state offers Exhibit 46. I think, has the court received it?
Well, is there any objection to 46? Okay. Number 46 will be admitted over defense objection.
At this time, the state also offers Exhibits 49 and 50.
Okay, and I'm going to allow those exhibits as well over defense objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can now publish Exhibit 46. Could you zoom in? Officer Irish, could you describe what you see here on Exhibit 46?
Mr. Wright's body slumped over in the driver's seat.
And is that the position you recall him being in as you approached?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as you can put that down, Mr. Miller, you've testified about the medical interventions that you and other officers administered to Mr. Wright. As you began that medical intervention, do you recall the number of officers that were surrounding Mr. Wright?
I don't.
Okay. Please put up Exhibit 49. I'm showing you Exhibit 49. Would you agree that this is an image of the lot of you who were attempting life-saving measures on Mr. Wright prior to the arrival of the paramedic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, if you look way on the right side of that image, do you see someone?
It appears to be the paramedic walking towards us.
And then, Mr. Miller, if you could show Exhibit 50. And what do you see in Exhibit 50, sir?
The paramedic attempting to locate a pulse.
Okay. And are you the individual whose head is immediately seen above the paramedic's head right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the position when you were administering the AED and other handling the breathing bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take that exhibit down. Now you mentioned I believe you mentioned that you left the scene at approximately 2:48 p.m.
Around there, yes.
Around about. And you completed no further work on the case after that in terms of scene investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, John.
All right, any pause?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Pauling on behalf of Kim Potter with Earl Gray and Amanda Montgomery, and as you know, we get to ask you questions too.
Yes, sir.
You have had a 19-year career with a lot of different assignments, correct?
Correct.
One of the assignments that you had was to work for the Hennepin County Drug Task Force, is that right?
That's correct.
And in so doing, you met Officer Potter's husband, Jeff, did you not?
I have, yes.
Okay. In fact, Jeff is right, the fellow in the suit, isn't that right? You know him.
Yes, I recognize him.
And you have worked with him.
Sidebar, please. Allowing the answer to stand.
But in addition to being a member of the Drug Task Force, you're a patrol officer on for various cities in the northern suburbs, correct?
For the city of Corcoran, yes.
And Dayton.
Yeah, I resigned from there about 5 years ago.
Well, you were, on this day, you were delivering someone to the Hennepin County Jail on a warrant, is that right?
That's correct.
What you had done is arrest somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
Was it a traffic stop by chance, if you remember?
I don't recall what this...
Asking what a warrant is.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Relevancy?
The objection is overruled.
You had arrested someone on a warrant, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and a warrant is an order from the court authorizing you to make that arrest, right?
That's correct.
And when you have an arrest warrant for a body, you bring the body into jail, is that right?
On most warrants, correct.
Okay. So you were coming out of the Hennepin County Jail and you heard this dispatch, isn't that right?
That's correct.
For shots fired, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't know who fired the shot.
No, I did not.
But it really didn't make any difference to you as long as you heard something about a shot fired or shots fired, right?
That's correct.
I mean, so whether or not a police officer fires a shot or someone else fires a shot, you're going to put your lights on and go.
That's correct.
Okay. Without hesitation, right?
Yes, sir.
You knew where the scene was, of course, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you hear Salvosa, Officer Salvosa, over the dispatch, or did you just have a dispatch saying shots were fired?
I believe it was a Brooklyn Center officer that said shots fired initially.
You can't tell us who that was.
I can't.
Okay. All right. But in any event, you got it took you about how long to get to the scene? 10 minutes? Would that be about right?
I would say less than 10 minutes.
Okay. And the first thing you saw were two cars which had collided. Isn't that right?
Yes, two crash cars.
And you've been around a lot of crashes in your career, right?
That's correct.
And you discerned, did you not, that the crash of these two vehicles occurred with a significant force?
Yes.
It was not just a fender bender.
No.
Okay. And the amount of force you know from your training is measured by the speed and the weight of the car involved. Is that correct? Those are the kind of the physics of it, right?
More or less, yes, sir.
I'm not telling you you're Einstein or anything, but the amount of damage, it depends on how heavy the car is and how fast it's going, right?
Yes, there was.
And you saw that this was one of the cars, whichever car had stopped caused this, was going at a significant speed in your experience, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, you deferred to the judgment of the officer on the scene, that would be Officer Salvosa, as to what to do. Is that right?
No, I don't believe I ever conferred with him.
Well, was he, when you were at the scene and came on the scene, did he have his gun out and ordering the people out of the car, or the woman out of the car, or did you come after that, if you recall?
I came after that.
So you had come after the woman had been taken from the car or walked away from the car at about the same time that the bunker was used. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Okay. And a bunker is a tactical device to protect police.
Yes.
From errant shots, gunshots, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's a protective shield that will rebuff a bullet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at the time you were in the line with the bunker, the thought was, at least in your mind, is that this was still a very dangerous situation, right?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons why it was dangerous is that you knew that a car had fled the scene of some arrest. Isn't that right?
I knew it fled the scene from something. I just knew there were shots fired.
Well, could you see the lights in about a block away, further to the west? Could you remember that at all, officer? I'm not saying you can or not.
No, I didn't focus my attention that way.
But the windows of the car were tinted.
That's correct.
It was difficult to see in.
Yes, sir.
That made it more dangerous for you.
Yes, sir.
And one of the most dangerous things you can do is open a car and not know what's inside.
That's correct.
So you moved in with the bunker and finally opened the door. Is that right?
Moved in with the bunker and then moved around to the driver's side of the car.
And whether you opened the door or someone else opened the door opened.
Yes.
And Mr. Wright was taken out. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know how long it was after Mr. Wright, had gotten to that point that you had taken him out of the car? Did you know that at the time? How many minutes had elapsed?
I did not.
So your job after that was to engage in life-saving efforts, is that right?
That's correct.
Non-judgmental life-saving efforts to figure out what happened, right?
That's correct.
And the protocols don't allow you to think too hard. You just got to act.
Yes, and that comes from experience.
And apply the necessary equipment as you have it, right?
That's correct.
And there was one part of your testimony that I was a little confused about. When you indicated there was some kind of signal coming from the heart that told you to continue, or one of your officers to continue to do the CPR. Am I right about that? Or did I miss you on that? Help me with that.
From the AED, it said, no shock advised, continue CPR.
Okay. And that's what they did.
That's correct.
Okay. And it did not advise you to stop all efforts, right?
It did not.
Okay. And so you followed that direction, right?
That's correct.
And you did everything that you possibly could.
That's correct.
To save his life.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which is your charge, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Which is your charge.
Yes.
Okay. I had a couple more questions. When you arrive at a scene, someone tries to be in charge, right? Someone is in charge at some point, right?
At some point, yes.
And it is kind of rank-based. For example, if you have a sergeant on the scene, the sergeant would be more in charge than the patrol officer. And I say that in no disrespect, but that's just the ranking of how this works. Am I right?
In most cases, yes.
Okay. So if you had a scene with 2 patrol officers and 1 sergeant, it would be fair for you to assume that the sergeant would eventually take control of the scene.
Yes, eventually.
That's the protocol too.
Generally, yes.
Okay. And make the calls to dispatch. make the necessary alerts on what's going on.
Yeah, some of the communications.
But it would go to the higher officer.
The communications?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I can talk on my radio as I see fit.
But if the officer, I mean, if there are two officers on the scene and the third is a sergeant, the sergeant certainly has discretion to take control and make the dispatches. Correct?
Absolutely.
No further questions.
On cross-examination, Mr. Eng asked you whether, when you approached, the nature of the approach, was that a dangerous situation? Do you remember when he asked you that question?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that the nature of their approach is sometimes based on what you don't know?
Yes.
Not that you knew there was danger, but that you didn't have information about what was afoot.
The objection is sustained.
Did you have information at the scene which allowed you to independently conclude that the scene was dangerous?
Yes, that there were shots fired.
That there was a shot fired?
Yes.
What about the individuals in the vehicle?
I didn't know anything about the individuals in the vehicle.
Mr. Eng asked you about sort of the advisories that the AED machine gives you. Could you list the advisories that the AED machine may give you when you hook it up and turn it on with an individual?
All AEDs are set up so that a lay person that's never used them can plug in the pads and start CPR. It tells you to place pads on patient. It tells you to keep your hands off patient while the machine's analyzing. It tells you that no shock is advised, continue CPR. It will also tell you stand clear from the patient. And you stand clear from the patient, make sure everyone's clear, and it'll tell you to deliver a shock. Those are most of the commands that I believe that an AED will give you.
Okay. So when the AED advised you to continue CPR, it was telling you that there wasn't a chargeable rhythm?
That there wasn't a shockable rhythm.
Shockable rhythm. And it isn't, let me clarify, is there any report that the AED would give you that it ain't even worth CPR?
The objection is sustained.
So again, you testified that it's stand clear or no shockable rhythm, continue CPR.
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything else?
But what the machine does is help you make decisions and tells you what to do, which is helpful, right?
Yeah, but if I didn't have the machine, I would still make the decision to do CPR if I didn't have a pulse.
But it was helpful to have it, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the reason you use it.
That's correct.
Anything further? Okay. Thank you. You may sit down. Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Officer Jeff Summers.
Hello, officer. Will you please come forward? And there is a chair next to me. Will you please stand next to the chair? And raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause?
I do.
Please have a seat. And officer, please remove your mask. State your full name and spell it.
Oh, sorry.
State your full name and spell it.
Oh, Jeffrey Allen Summers, Jeffrey. Allen, Allen, Summers, Sommers.
Couple of reminders. The court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. Answer with a yes or no. Don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. Okay? If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately and don't answer the question unless I tell you to. And only one person can talk at a time. So wait until the question's finished before you start answering, right? Counsel?
Could you state your occupation for the record?
I'm a police officer with Brooklyn Center Police. Okay, sorry. Police officer with the City of Brooklyn Center.
Now, you began your career as a police officer in 2008, correct?
Correct.
And that was with the Anoka City Police Department?
Yes.
And then in 2010, you continued your law enforcement career with the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Correct.
And have you been with Brooklyn Center ever since?
Yes.
And you're a licensed peace officer?
Yes.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license?
Yes.
I also want to note your military service. Could you tell the jury about your time as a Marine?
Yes. I did 4 years initial, then I joined the reserves and just retired back in March of this year. So I did 29 years.
Thank you for your service. Do you have a specific assignment within the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, I'm assigned to the patrol division.
Okay. And when you work patrol, are you equipped with body-worn camera?
I am.
And as a patrol officer, am I correct that you respond to 911 calls? You also do some directed patrol?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a patrol officer and as a Marine, am I correct that you have substantial emergency medical training?
Yes, I do.
And are you a certified first responder?
Yes.
And have you utilized your first responder training as a police officer?
Yes, I have.
During your career prior to April 11th of 2021, did you work with a fellow officer named Kim Potter?
Yes.
Describe how you know her.
We were assigned to the same shift for quite some time.
5 years?
At least 5, yes.
And have you interacted with Officer Potter outside of work?
Just on one occasion.
And if you saw her in person, would you recognize her?
Yes.
Is she in the courtroom?
The stipulation will be accepted.
Are you familiar with Sergeant Michael Johnson?
I am.
And how long have you known Sergeant Johnson?
Since I started at the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
Am I correct he's been your patrol sergeant for 4 or 5 years as well?
Yes.
I want to discuss the events of April 11th, 2021 today. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And were you on duty that day?
I was.
What was your shift?
Started at 6 a.m. and was supposed to go to 6 p.m.
Okay. At 2 p.m., do you recall where you were?
I do.
Where were you?
I was in the report writing room at the police department.
Did you receive any communication from any fellow officers at that time that attracted your attention?
I initially heard a traffic stop called out by Officer Lucky, at which point he immediately asked for a second car.
Okay. Did you respond at that time, just to that information?
I didn't at that point because some other officers who were closer answered up.
Okay. Did you receive additional communication?
I did.
And what was that communication?
There was a shots fired.
Okay. Did you respond to a shots fired call?
I did.
Okay. And how did you respond?
Well, I ran to my squad car and activated my lights and sirens and went immediately there.
And as you were driving to the scene, did you get any updates as to what was going on?
I did.
And what were those updates?
The radio transmission came across that there was a vehicle had crashed and that Officer Salvosa stated that he was out of his car and had one at gunpoint.
As you were driving to the scene, what role did you anticipate playing at the scene?
At that point, I didn't know because all I know that there were shots fired and that there was a crash, so there's a lot of unknowns at that time.
And did you arrive in that area where Officer Salvosa was?
I did.
And would you agree that was the intersection of 63rd and Catherine?
Yes, it was.
How long did it take you to get there?
Probably 3 to 4 minutes, I'm guessing. I can't recall exactly.
As you arrived, was your body-worn camera activated?
It was.
And did it capture footage of your actions that day?
Yes.
Okay. Well, at this time, Your Honor, the state is going to offer Exhibit 54, Officer Summers' body-worn camera, which captures his actions upon arrival.
Is there any objection to Exhibit 54?
Addresses the removal of Mr. Wright's body.
All right. The objection is overruled. You may show the video.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And 54 will be admitted.
And Officer Summers, in lieu of asking you questions about your activities at that time, we're going to play the video. If I need to pause at some point to help the jury understand the video, I may do so. At this time, we'll play about a 14-minute body-worn camera excerpt. You can hit it, Mr. Miller, Exhibit 54.
Your incident has been
Yeah. What's that? We got a bunker. Do we have a bunker? No.
We'll wait for a bunker.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car so we can take care of him! Get out of the car! Yes, you! Get out of the car so we can help him!
She doesn't want to leave him.
Get out of the car!
Let's grab a bunker if you got one. You got a bunker? Call her out over here, would you?
Call her.
Okay.
I got it.
Ma'am, put your hands up!
Yeah, he's back.
Just two more in it.
There's one in the back.
You got it forwarded? All right. Let's have you guys come up from behind then. There's one still.
He's not breathing.
All right.
I can't see the back seat.
The back seat possibly has a passenger
And look.
moving around.
I see. And look, is there anybody in the back? It's hard to tell, huh?
I don't see anybody, no.
There's-
Just laying down.
Someone go check out that car and see if they're okay.
Which car? Oh, that. Turn your radio off, damn. Can't hear it.
Got one out of the car, still got two in there. Can't see what the one in the back seat is doing. I'll be right in. Stand back! Catherine, if you have a bunker. Okay. Well, we see one in the front passenger seat. You guys want to come up from behind? You think so? All right, bring it around then. We can do it. We can bring it around.
Jesus, something's fine.
You guys been seeing the guy in the back moving around?
No.
We just know it's a backseat passenger.
And I can't tell if that's a person or not. The female got out and I don't know what she said. So. Hey, Al, is there another person in the back or no?
No, no.
It's just the driver right now that we.
Yeah, that's all I can see.
Okay. She didn't say there was anyone else?
She doesn't say there's anyone else. I couldn't really see because she was moving around so much.
All right.
You guys all good now?
Yeah.
Hennepin County D&A, be there in about 1 minute.
I don't see anybody moving back there.
No.
You just fan out.
Late status expired. 1. State records in.
Here, I got a. Here, I got a. Huh? Oh, you got it.
Yeah, let's get our med kit.
Hey, Al, grab a bag.
Med bag,
I'll grab
please.
the bag.
Pretty good breathing or no?
I'm going to show you where he's hit.
You got
Oh.
here.
Just scissors, everybody got scissors?
Secretary Catherine.
We don't have exit, do we? No.
Where's he got the shot?
Right there in the chest. Got a bandage on there? Oh. There you go. What's that?
No one else came.
We've played the video a number of minutes. Let's take a breath for a second. Officer Summers, would you agree that, let me ask again, could you describe the first 6 minutes of the video we've just seen? Do those describe your actions at the scene that day?
Yes. So when you got there, while I was en route, like I said, that we got word that the vehicle had crashed. So as I got there, I saw Officer Selvos, the squad car, and he was outside of his vehicle with his gun drawn, and I parked directly to the side and behind him, and then made my way up to his car. And at that point, like I said, there was a lot of unknowns. All we knew that was shots were fired. We don't know by who. We didn't know who had firearms at that point, or anybody had been hit at that point either. So that's why it took us a while to get up there and clear the car, because they wanted to get a bunker there. So we had to assume that there may have been a firearm in the car. That's why there was those precautions were taken.
Right. The video also showed pardon me, do you know the identity of the individual who was pulled from the car eventually?
Eventually, yes.
And was that person identified as Daunte Wright?
Yes.
Okay. And the portion of the video we just saw was Mr. Wright being taken out of that vehicle and placed on the ground?
Yes.
And you participated in the life-saving measures at that point, correct?
I did.
Okay. And right as you, I paused this video at 2:12 and 7 seconds, it appeared that you were digging into a bag. Could you describe what you were looking for in that bag, and then we'll hit play again?
Yes, that's the medical bag. It's got various first aid equipment. It's got an oxygen tank. I was looking for the bag valve mask, it's called. It's what you use to help the party breathe.
Okay.
And then I was also looking for an airway, too.
Okay. And an airway just makes sure that pathway is...
It opens up so you can get air into the lungs.
Thank you. You can hit play again, Mr.
I got a clear dressing.
5133. Let's clear these 1 North Radio. I'm at level 63.
Clear dressing?
He doesn't have an exit.
Yes, please. So in out. Hold on, I'm gonna keep the gun.
Yeah, I did.
We don't have any.
North cleared to come in yet? Oh.
Where's that AD?
Here's it. You guys want an airway? I'll get the air going. All with the.
We need to move. Yeah, north. Is this the only one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it is. You want to back out and get him on the right? No shock advice. Was he responsive to you guys?
No.
We just pulled him out of the car like 3 minutes ago. He was in the back. He was like this the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, let's keep you here for a sec. We'll get the monitor on him. I'm taking-
Sidebar. Objection is sustained. This is very cumulative. I'll allow you to finish up with a testimony concerning what this witness did, but we don't need to show any more video.
Officer Summers, we stopped that video as the paramedics arrived. Could you describe what occurred after that moment?
Well, I got the oxygen hooked up, started administering the breaths, and they began chest compressions. Oh, I said that I started administering the oxygen, and then chest compressions had begun.
Ultimately, as those efforts continued, did the paramedics assess whether there was any chargeable pulse?
They did.
And ultimately, did the paramedics pronounce Mr. Wright dead?
Yes.
After the paramedics pronounced Mr. Wright dead, what did they do?
The paramedics cleared the scene, I believe.
Pardon me, what did you do?
Oh, what did I do? At that point, I grabbed the oxygen bag, loaded it back into the back of the vehicle that it came from, and at that point, I believe Officer Salvosa and I were tasked to stay with the mother and father who arrived on scene.
Okay. Prior to speaking to the mother and father of Mr. Wright, were you told any information about what happened that led to his death?
No.
So, when you spoke to, pardon me, I should say, at some point, someone came to the scene. You identified them as Mr. Wright's parents? Is that
Correct.
And you and Officer Salvosa spoke to them?
I was just there to back up Officer Salvosa. He did the speaking.
And am I correct that at some point, Officer Salvosa actually left the presence of the parents?
Yes,
Did you remain with them?
I did.
How long did you remain with them?
It was somewhere around an hour, I believe.
And what were you doing when you were next to them?
I was just tasked with trying to keep them out of the scene there, crossing the tape.
After you concluded speaking to Mr. Wright's parents, what did you do at the scene?
I was told to go down to the far western end.
And what did you do when you got there?
Initially, I looked for a shell casing.
Did you find a shell casing?
I did not.
What did you do after you gave up looking for a shell casing?
At that point, I was put in charge of keeping people out coming in that way from the west.
Okay. Essentially, you did scene security.
Scene security, yes.
From not the end of 63rd where Mr. Wright's parents were, but the other.
Correct.
And how long did you provide scene security?
That was for a number of hours, actually. I don't recall how many, but it was quite a while.
Do you recall whether any other agencies came to that location while you were conducting scene security?
There was several.
What other agencies came?
I believe it was Crystal and Brooklyn Park.
I'm sorry. Did the BCA come?
They did eventually, yes.
Did the Hennepin County Medical Examiner come?
Yes.
Did you have any direct interaction with anyone from the BCA?
Just limited words. I just told them that I had looked for a shell casing and couldn't find one.
Okay. Do you know who from the Brooklyn Center Police Department had interaction with members of the BCA?
Specifically, no.
Now, we've seen some of your body-worn camera video here in court today, and you've talked a little bit about what you did at the scene. In addition to those tasks and assisting with security, did you do anything else regarding this case?
At the scene there?
Yeah.
Or, yes, initially part of the, it's called the West Metro Mobile Field Force. So I had to go leave the scene, get my gear, and then come return to the scene.
Continuing to provide security.
Correct.
Yep. How about with regard to collection of any evidence?
No, I didn't collect any evidence.
Interview any witnesses?
No.
Write any reports?
No.
Speak to anyone else about the incident?
No.
Okay, and you did not witness any of the events which caused Mr. Wright's death?
I did not.
Okay. No further questions.
Do you have cross? Yes. Sure. Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, the objection is granted in part and denied in part. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mike Morlock.
Okay, please come forward. And will you please stand behind the chair, the witness chair? And raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this case? That's right. Please take the witness chair and remove your mask and state your full name for the record.
Michael Henry Morlock.
And will you please spell it?
Spell it? My last name Morlock is Morellock. The first name is Michael, Michael. The middle name is Henry, Henry.
All right, the rules to testify are that you have to answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head. Because the court reporter is taking things down, don't say uh-huh and uh-uh. If you don't understand a question, ask for clarification. If an objection is made, stop talking. Don't answer the question unless I tell you to. All right? And only one person can talk at a time, so wait until the question's finished before you answer.
Understood.
Okay. Counsel? Oh, yes.
I was going to ask that. Do I need to be closer?
Yes.
Is that better?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Morlock.
Afternoon.
Could you tell the jury where you work, please?
I work for North Memorial Ambulance in our Metro Division, which is covering northern Hennepin County.
What is your job title?
My job title is Ambulance Operations Supervisor.
And how long have you been in the position as a supervisor?
About 3.5 years.
And did you have another role before that?
I was a paramedic with North Memorial as just a regular street paramedic for 911 calls, a field training officer, and for a period of time of maybe about 2 years before I was a supervisor, I worked as a flight paramedic on a helicopter.
And are you licensed and certified as a paramedic?
Yes.
Could you describe your general duties as a supervisor with North Memorial?
There are administrative duties and operational duties. So the administrative duties involve disciplinary actions, paperwork, making sure that employees have their certifications available, that they have everything they need, that they have the tools that they need. And there are operational considerations. Do we have ambulances available? Are the right crews in the right spot? We also are expected to go on scenes like the incident that we're discussing today, where there are multiple casualties. The goal being to better regulate the resources that we have and send them in the right direction, send them to the right spot.
So is part of your job then to direct other paramedics where to go and what to do?
Correct.
I'm going to direct your attention to April 11th of this year. Were you on duty as a supervisor with North Memorial EMS on that date?
Yes.
And did you respond to a call?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the call?
We received the call as a shooting. So it initially got called as a single shooting. And then briefly after that, we were updated that there were 3 people shot.
So the information that you got from your dispatch was that 3 people were shot?
Correct.
Is the information you get from dispatch always accurate, or is it the best information at the time?
It is not always accurate, no.
But the information you were aware of was that there may be multiple shooting victims at the scene you were going to. Is that right?
Correct.
She repeats his testimony. She's done it twice now.
All right, counsel, if you could just refrain from doing that.
Certainly, Your Honor.
All right.
Where did you respond on April 11th?
I don't remember the cross street. It was somewhere on 63rd Avenue in Brooklyn Center.
And what did you see when you arrived? Where was this a particular location you were dispatched to?
Yes, we were given a cross street. It was 63rd and some avenue on that street. So I was approaching from the west, so I was facing east on 63rd. And when I approached, I saw a number of vehicles there, a number of police in the area. And there was what appeared to be a line of police approaching a vehicle with rifles drawn and pointed towards the vehicle.
And what did you do at that point?
So we normally get called to the area on calls like this when we don't know if there's danger, and we wait for the police to clear us in. Since we were already heading to the area, I stopped at that point and waited for some sort of signal that we could approach safely.
When you say we, were you by yourself or were you with others?
So I had somebody in the vehicle with me that I brought from the garage, knowing that if there were 3 people shot, that we would need as many resources as possible. Shortly, like not far behind me, there was at least 1 ambulance.
And you said that you were waiting for the all clear. Did you eventually get an all clear?
We got a signal, I believe, from a police officer down near the scene that made some sort of signal to come forward. And then shortly after that, as I was walking up, we got radioed in that we were code 4, which is the signal that the scene is safe.
And when you say code 4, is that the meaning of that code?
Correct.
So did you approach where you had been signaled to by the officers?
I did, yeah.
And what did you see when you arrived there?
So as I approached, I saw a young woman being escorted out of the car towards a squad car. Shortly after that, I was made aware of a number of police officers around a body on the grass, and they were doing compressions, so CPR. At that point, that's where I drew my attention, and I headed in that direction.
To the individual who was receiving CPR, is that right?
Correct.
And what did you do once you approached that individual?
So I wanted to confirm that the CPR was necessary, so trying to feel for a pulse and determine whether or not they needed to continue compressions, and trying to get as much information as I could to hand off the patient to the crew that followed shortly after me.
And did you then check for a pulse?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I checked on the right side of his neck, the right carotid, for trying about 10 seconds. And then I checked on the left side as well for 5 to 10 seconds.
Were you able to detect a pulse?
I was not.
Your Honor, I would just ask that we put up Exhibit 50, which I believe has already been admitted. Your Honor, this exhibit is in evidence, and this witness would be able to identify himself as long as we can turn on the screen.
All right. I think I want this taken down. The jury has already seen this photograph. And I indicated before that I wanted only the testimony of anything that wasn't cumulative.
Your Honor, you indicated no video. We have no plans to show video, but this was a photograph that identifies this witness.
Well, I don't want that photograph shown again. The jury has already seen it.
All right. I'll move on, Your Honor. You checked for a pulse. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said that you were not able to detect a pulse. What else did you observe about the patient?
I observed that he did not appear to be breathing. I also tried to watch as I was approaching that as the police officers were ventilating him with the BVM, which is the device that we use to ventilate patients, that air was going in and out of his lungs. I looked at his skin color, condition, general things for basic assessments as we approach.
And what did you notice about the color and feel of his skin?
His skin was fairly dry. He was pale or ashen colored on his skin and in his mucous membranes.
And what does the coloration and the feeling of dryness indicate to you as a paramedic?
So the skin color can tell us whether or not he's perfusing blood throughout his body. The pink color is blood being moved around his body. The dryness or wetness of his skin can tell us either that it's a cold day out and that it evaporated, or that he is no longer perfusing and no longer compensating for a low blood pressure, for instance.
And does lack of perspiration indicate the same sort of thing to you in that way?
It can, yes.
Okay. So as you approached and checked pulses, were the officers around you already working on the body?
Yes.
And what did you learn from them, and what did you see was happening at that time?
So what I learned from them initially was that the AED that they had applied had not recommended that it deliver electricity, did not recommend that it shock the patient.
And what does that mean to you?
It means that the AED didn't recognize a shockable rhythm.
Was there an indication of PEA?
At the time that I initially approached, I'm not able to determine that. We have to put an ECG monitor on.
Okay. But you were advised that there was no shock advised, is that right?
Correct.
So did you observe any injuries at that point?
I did see either an entrance or exit wound on the right side of the patient's body, a gunshot wound.
And did you see injuries consistent with death?
Those injuries could be consistent with death, yes.
But when you approached and you saw these conditions, what did you direct? Well, let me stop there. Were there other paramedics who also arrived on scene shortly after you?
Yes.
Did you give them some direction?
So I initially directed the police to continue compressions until the paramedics could get there and do a more thorough assessment. When the paramedics behind me arrived, I told them that I could not feel a pulse, that the AED had not recommended delivering electricity, and that I had told the police to continue doing compressions.
Did you then hand over the paramedic side of things to the team that had arrived?
Correct.
And who were those individuals?
Dustin Johnson and Chelsea Corder.
And what did you do at that point when you sort of transferred management of the patient to these other two?
So my job at that point is to determine how many patients we have at the scene, what the extent of injuries are, determine if we need any more resources.
Were you able to did you get any more information at that point?
I did have difficulty initially trying to figure out exactly how many patients we are, what the nature of their injuries are, and what the extent of those injuries were.
So at that point, were you still looking for more patients?
Correct.
After you handed off the, primary care role of the patient who was receiving CPR to your other paramedics, did they consult with you about what they were doing and what to do with respect to that patient?
I don't believe that they consulted with me until the very last conversation that we had before we had ceased resuscitations.
Okay, and maybe you could tell the jury when we talk about what that last conversation was there a conversation that you had with these individuals about declaring death of that patient?
Yes.
And was that patient later identified to you as Daunte Wright?
Yes.
So in terms of declaring the death of Daunte Wright, was that done at approximately 2:18 p.m.?
That was the estimate that I arrived at, yes.
And tell the jury about how and why it was that you came to conclude that you would be able to declare Mr. Wright dead.
So our protocols, written by our medical directors, are derived from evidence-based practice. And in the case of traumatic cardiac arrest, so car accidents, shootings, stabbings, when we arrive on a scene and an individual does not have a pulse, the likelihood of resuscitating those patients are very, very low. So our protocols do give us the option of ceasing resuscitation if we arrive on the scene and the patient does not have a pulse and no shockable rhythm.
And were those the conditions that you observed and your team worked on with respect to Mr. Wright that day?
Yes.
And so when you declared Mr. Wright dead at approximately 2:18 p.m., did that just mean that you decided to stop working on him at that point, meaning stop performing the efforts that you were?
Correct.
Does that mean anything about the time his heart actually stopped beating or the time he actually passed away?
That's correct. It does not have any relation to when his heart actually stopped beating.
And after you declared Mr. Wright dead, did you continue to direct other paramedics to do further work at the scene?
Different paramedics than Dustin and Chelsea?
Were there other rigs that arrived?
Yes.
And how many rigs in total, if you recall, arrived on that scene?
3, I believe.
So you indicated that Dustin Johnson and Chelsea Corder had been working on Mr. Wright. Did you direct an additional rig or additional set of paramedics to attend to occupants of another vehicle?
Yes.
And did they do that?
They did.
And at some point, did did you direct Dustin Johnson to another individual who had been an occupant of a vehicle?
Yes.
And it was Dustin Johnson who was responsible for rendering care in that situation?
Both of them are responsible for rendering care, but I believe he was the initial one giving care to that person.
And he would have then worked with his partner, Chelsea Corder, is that right?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Cross.
We have no question.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Ron, can we make another record?
Just a second. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take another 15-minute break, okay? So I know it's getting to be a long day and it's near the end of the week, so 15 minutes. See everyone in chambers. And are you waiting Ms. Potter's appearance in chambers?
We waive
Okay.
Judge, may I go to the bathroom first?
No. Yes, you can. All right, we'll see you later. Oh. All right, is counsel ready?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. We're ready for the jury. Okay, please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dustin Johnson.
Okay, please come forward. And would you please stand behind the witness chair? And raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this case?
I will.
Please have a seat. And would you please remove your mask? State your full name and spell it.
Dustin Johnson, Dustin John
Couple of things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. So please answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head. Don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know and it'll be clarified. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately. Don't answer unless I tell you to. And don't talk at the same time. So wait until the question's finished before you start answering.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work, Mr. Johnson?
I'm a paramedic with North Memorial Ambulance.
And do you also have experience as an Army medic as well?
Yes, I do.
What's that experience?
I was a combat medic since 2007 to 2019
And how long have you been with North Memorial?
for 9 years.
Do you have any licenses or certifications that are required of you in terms of being a paramedic?
Yes, I carry 2 licenses, for this, one for the state and one for National Registry as a paramedic.
And are you up to date with all of those requirements?
Yes, I am.
Could you describe your duties as a paramedic for the jury, please?
My duties are to respond to 911 calls in our service area, which is in Hennepin County, and treat any injuries, medical needs, whatever they may be, in the ambulance or on the scene, and then transport to the hospital for the sick and injured or wounded.
I'm going to direct your attention to April 11th of this year. Were you working as a paramedic with North Memorial on that date?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to a call on that date?
Yes, I did.
What information did you have, or what was the nature of that call?
So we and my partner, we were sitting at a quarters, which is a fire station, waiting for a call. Call came out that there was a shooting, possible multiple victims, somewhere in the area 63rd and Brooklyn Center. We immediately responded, getting in our truck, and we went to a tactical channel with our EMS command so that we can relay where we were supposed to post until it was safe to approach the area.
And you said we and referred to your partner. Who's your partner?
My partner is Chelsea Corder.
Did you respond to that location in Brooklyn Center with your partner?
Yes, I did.
And who was driving?
I was driving.
What did you observe when you arrived in that area that you were dispatched to?
We pulled up through the east side of 63rd, going around from the freeway. That was what we were instructed over our radio. Arrived on scene, saw my EMS command vehicle in the front, which was being driven by Mike Warlock. He was relaying to us to back up as we started seeing officers with long rifles that the scene may have not been code 4 or safe for us to enter.
At some point, did you get the all clear? Did you get that code 4 to proceed?
Yes, I got waved in by my supervisor, EMS command, Mike Warlock.
So after Mike Morlock waved you in, what did you do and what did you see?
We drove the ambulance a little bit closer to the scene. When we get out of our vehicles, I was on the driver's side. I saw a white vehicle, four-door sedan with some damage to it. Saw multiple police officers over a patient conducting CPR.
And what did you do at that point?
I immediately parked the vehicle, got out, and started grabbing our equipment that we would use for a cardiac arrest, airway kit, Lucas device, monitor, first in bag, and started getting that equipment ready on the stretcher to go move over to the patient.
Did you bring all that stuff over to the patient?
Yes, we did.
Did your partner, Chelsea Corder, also approach?
Yes, she kind of assisted with grabbing the equipment as well. She was first up on to the patient. I was a little bit second.
And when you came upon the patient, what did you observe?
Like I said before, I saw multiple police officers doing CPR, one controlling an AED, another one breathing for the patient with a bag valve mask airway device.
I guess I should be more specific. What did you do in terms of your involvement as a paramedic in that process?
I started getting equipment set up to run a possible cardiac arrest and just kind of overviewed the patient to see what condition they were in, looking for color and what the injuries were on that patient.
And did you observe those injuries?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
It appeared that the patient had an injury to his chest. There was chest seals placed, I assume, by the officers prior to our arrival, and it appeared that he had penetrating chest trauma.
Did you also observe some tracheal deviation?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe for the jury what that is and what that means?
It's a part in the throat where it starts to shift to one or the other direction depending on if there's either a tension pneumothorax or a blood hemothorax that can cause that tracheal deviation. It's a sign that we look for in EMS.
So you used the words hemothorax. You said it's a sign you look for. Maybe you can explain sort of what those things are and what that indicates to you.
Pneumothorax is more, there's a penetrating chest trauma to the lung area in the lung cavity, but not necessarily has penetrated the lung, and it causes air to be what's called a second chest wound that would cause that lung to start collapsing and allow it not to inflate. The hemothorax could be potentially both, where there's blood and air compressing down on that lung.
So when you see this tracheal deviation, what does that indicate to you in terms of your assessment of the patient's condition?
As a clinician, it typically is where that patient has a late sign of that injury, and that's usually shown up late after an injury has occurred.
And when you say late, maybe we can back up for a second. Did you check pulses, or were you involved in checking pulses on the patient?
I think I was checking pulses as well as my partner was checking pulses, and I think we had asked the officers when we had stopped CPR at a couple of points to check for pulses to see if there was any life in the patient.
Did you or anyone else ever detect any pulses?
I did not, and from what I understand, they did not as well.
And you described some equipment that you brought over. Tell the jury maybe whether that equipment was, your equipment was ever fully utilized.
They had an AED on site that did not indicate any shocks from what we were told by the officers. So we hook up our device that has pads and also 4 leads to confirm any type of rhythms that we would see on the patient. It's a Zoll. That's the name of the company that makes our device.
So did you hook up the Zoll?
Yes, we did.
And did you see any shockable rhythms with your machinery?
We did not.
And what happened after that?
EMS command came over and was basically explaining to us that we don't know how many patients we have. He's going to review and see if we can get more information to see if there's other patients. And we were going to move on to the next patient.
So was this individual that you were working on, was he later identified to you by name?
Later on at the hospital, I found out who the individual was that we were working on, yes.
And what was his name?
Daunte Wright.
So when you were working on Daunte Wright and having this conversation afterward with your command supervisor, was there a decision made about his condition?
Yeah, we both discussed, and also my partner Chelsea discussed, that we have no shockable rhythm. We have not found any pulses. With penetrating chest trauma, significant massive trauma to the body, that we were going to call it.
And when you say call it, tell the jury what that means.
We're going to suspend any continuous CPR or any other life-saving measures.
And what was your reason for that?
The penetrating chest trauma and the fact that we weren't able to find a shockable rhythm, and we had not been able to obtain any type of a pulse.
So after it was called, or after you as a group decided to call it, what did you do next?
We covered up Mr. Wright, and we started collecting our equipment and kind of preparing for the next patient.
And did you attend to another patient at some point?
After a few minutes went by, I can't recollect exactly how long, a police officer from Brooklyn Park came by and said that we have another patient. And I said, well, where's this patient? And he directed me to the squad car that was about maybe 500 to 1,000 feet down the road.
Your Honor, at this point I would offer exhibits 58, 59, and 60.
Jury objection to 58, 59, and 60.
Your Honor, may we have a quick sidebar?
Yes. Okay, the objection is overruled. So we have The numbers again, or what?
58, 59, and 60, Your Honor.
Okay, 58, 59, and 60 are admitted over defense objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would publish Exhibit 58, please. We would ask that that be published to the jury. I don't have the control on my screen. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, you indicated that you did attend to another patient. Could you take a look at Exhibit 58, please, and describe for the jury what's shown here?
Yeah, the officer opened the door and I saw a female. She was in tears and saw some blood coming from her mouth and also to the left side of her ear, and she was in handcuffs.
And was that individual later identified as Elena Albrecht Payton?
That's correct.
Did you observe injuries on her?
We observed, like I said, the bleeding from the lip and then also from the left ear.
And with respect to the ear or her lip, were there particular concerns that you had?
Yes, there were concerns. We don't know what happened. We didn't have much information, so we thought there's a possible head injury. She could have been shot. We don't know. And there was blood coming out of her ear.
And when you see blood coming out of the ear, is that a potential sign of a head injury or head trauma?
It was potential penetrating trauma, yes.
And could we put Exhibit 59 on the screen, please? So after you observed this individual, what did you do at that point?
We walked her straight to the ambulance and got her inside on the stretcher. And at that point, I had handed off care to my partner, Chelsea, and immediately started driving.
And you said you immediately started driving. I'm sorry, is that right?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We started transporting to North Memorial in Robbinsdale.
Did you ultimately take her to that hospital?
Yes, we did.
Could we put Exhibit 60 on the screen, please? And please describe for the jury what's pictured in Exhibit 60.
This is a North Memorial stabilization room. It's where we bring patients that have any type of significant trauma or medical emergency, and we have a team to take care of that patient and get them stable to whatever needs that they have, either surgery or CT or X-ray, etc.
So when you arrived at the hospital with your partner and this patient, did you hand off care at that point?
Yes, we did. We handed off care as soon as we arrived.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Ross? You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's the last witness. Members of the jury, we are going to start up at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So you should go to your places where you're supposed to meet up at 9 o'clock, all right? So we'll start at 10. I hope all of you have a really nice evening. Thank you. Please be seated. We had an in-chambers conference concerning some exhibits. I have directed the state to look through the autopsy photos and eliminate any duplicates. I've also directed the state, if they want to show photographs where Daunte Wright's eyes were open, that it would have to be cut off at the nose level. My reason for ruling that way is that it evokes the sympathy of the jury, and the jury is not supposed to be deciding this case based upon sympathy, passion, or anything of that sort. And then, Mr. Ng, you wanted to put your objections on the record?
Yes, I did. The defense has a concern about the presentation.
I think you need to use the microphone. So. Oh, you should use the podium, Mr. Ng, because the court reporter is at the end of the day, and
the defense has expressed a concern about the presentation of the state's case. The issue in our case here is the thought process of Kimberly Potter at the moment that she yelled taser, 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 and pulled the trigger of her gun. We have spent the day, rather, on an accident that was caused by Daunte Wright's excessive speed. We've heard from the elderly couple, the wife and the daughter, in very sympathetic testimony. And then we've spent an unending, it seems, amount of time on that aspect of the case without any time addressed to the gravamen of why we're here. There is a body of evidence that holds that where the state spends an inordinate amount of time presenting prejudicial evidence that has little relevance to the elements of the particular offense, that the defendant is prejudiced. I believe the federal case, the classic federal case is Engelman, as I recall, E-N-G-L-E-M-A-N. I can get a site later for you. But that's our concern. And as I sat with Mr. Gray and watched this is the great advantage of being a second chair, in a sense. I didn't see any evidence directed towards the proof of guilt today, but rather evidence of sordid pictures and prejudicial impact that had little relevance. To the extent this is a Blakely issue, it still doesn't override, in terms of time and attention, what really matters in the case, which is whether the state can prove the elements of the offense. Therefore, I move for a mistrial.
As the court is aware, the state filed a Blakely notice, which is a notice that the state intends to seek a lengthier sentence based on factors in the particular case. We have alleged both Officer Potter's, and the reason I say Officer Potter is intentional there, because she was an officer at the time, and her role as an officer was a violation, presented a violation of trust and authority. And we alleged that as one of the aggravating factors. The other is that her conduct presented danger to more than just the individuals in the immediate area. It presented a greater danger to a number of people. And the court and counsel for the defendant agreed that we would try the Blakely issues in a unitary trial and not a bifurcated trial. And so a lot of the evidence some of the evidence that we presented today was relevant to those Blakely factors. The injuries to the Lundgrens was not something we offered gratuitously or because we wanted to inconvenience the Lundgrens. Certainly, we offer that evidence because it is proof of that Blakely factor because of the danger to others. So that information was directly relevant to our case and had no objection at the time, only upon reflection later, apparently, that it was not good for them. The other matter, Your Honor, regarding the medical testimony, as you recall, the defense, Mr. Gray, filed a notice of defenses that included causation, and in public filings, Mr. Gray has challenged, essentially asserted that Mr. Wright caused his own death, that somehow he was responsible for the bullet that entered his chest and blew up his heart. And, Your Honor,
We have heard arguments about that in chambers, and we have also heard arguments, as Mr. Eng just makes, that the injuries were caused by his excessive speed. Our theory of the case, of course, is that the conduct at issue, the elements of the offenses based on allegations of Ms. Potter's behavior that day were reckless. And that means a risk of harm. And the harm was not only to shooting Mr. Wright in the chest from 2 feet away, but also in a position to operate a motor vehicle, which then drove out of control, which is the exact danger that is one of the concerns that she had to be aware of, and caused a crash and harmed other people. It wasn't Mr. Wright's excessive speed, it was the fact that he was shot in the chest while he was in a position to operate the vehicle. So the defense has their theory of a case, we have ours. The death is an element of the offense, and so causation is always relevant to that element of the offense. And so we are also presenting what we feel is the necessary medical testimony to establish cause of death. And so, Your Honor, all of this evidence today was admissible and relevant to those issues. It certainly doesn't rise to the level of a mistrial that is a remedy I'm hearing for the first time when Mr. Eng argued. So we would ask the court to find that if this was some kind of post hoc objection, to overrule it and to deny any request for a mistrial, and let's get the trial moving.
Your Honor, I'd just like to respond for if that's the state's position, then I'm anticipating that in their final argument, they aren't going to argue Blakely issues to the jury about these other folks getting injured. If that's why he's introducing this evidence, the court has heard the evidence, and the court can decide the Blakely issues. But if he starts arguing this to the jury, it's objectionable just by what he said just now. Thank you.
All right. We're really getting ahead of ourselves right now. First of all, the motion for a mistrial is denied. With respect to Blakely, my understanding was that was going to be submitted to me for my decision. Am I incorrect on that?
No, that is correct.
Okay, the defense wants me to decide the Blakely issues. Okay. All right, we're going to start up at 10 o'clock. Okay, thank you, counsel.